Shall we get started? So let's get started for this afternoon's session. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on mineral oil contamination in food. We will have 8 speakers sharing their research and report. The first speaker is Professor Picaro from University of Liège, Belgium. Professor Picaro graduated from Italy Polytech and then from Messina, Italy, and Dartmouth University, and currently working as the analytical chemistry professor in University of Liège. Professor Picaro is an expert in chemical separation analysis and especially in the industry of GC/GC, and is awarded and 2017 is awarded as the top 40 universities under 40. Now let's welcome Professor Picaro. Professor Georgia Picaro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your introduction. And I wish to thank the organization to invite me to share my research today. So I share my screen. Can you see me? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I take off my, no, but can you see it in presentation?
Yes, yes, we can. Now, yes.
Okay. So today I will present our research on the use of a completely hyphenated multidimensional technique named LC with a comprehensive gas chromatography and dual parallel detection of FMS and FID. So just let me briefly introduce what we are referring to when we talk about mineral oil hydrocarbons. So we refer to a wide range of products deriving from petroleum distillation fraction, and it's divided mainly into 2 fractions, one that we call MOSH, mineral oil saturated hydrocarbon, composed by different subclasses, normal alkane, isoalkane, and cycloalkanes, and the other one called MOA, mineral oil aromatic hydrocarbons, composed mainly by alkylated aromatic hydrocarbons. These 2 fractions has different toxicological relevance that still need to be investigated. What we generally know is that MOSH can be accumulated in the human body up to 13 grams, which is equivalent to a coffee spoon. At the beginning, it seems that the granulomas formation was the endpoint, but then it was figured out that this was not relevant for humans. So still research are ongoing to understand the endpoint of the MOA accumulation. On the MOA side, this is of major concern because of their potentially mutagenic and carcinogenic activity, in particular referring to the 3,7 rings aromatic hydrocarbon with no or limited alkylation. But still, many research is needed to clarify their toxicity. Mineral oil can enter food at any point of the food production chain, starting from the raw material, ending up to the food in our plate. And it can be originated by an accidental contamination, but also by migration from food contact material or the permitted use of some additive and processing aids In this case, we refer to food-grade mineral oil, from which the more toxicological concern fraction, the more has been removed. Although the problem has been known since the 90s, only in 2012, the urgency of the matter was highlighted by the European Food Safety Authority, who published an opinion summarizing the state of the art regarding occurrence and exposure, other risk, and pinpoint that further studies were needed, but also highlighting the necessity to improve the analytical methods. Among the improvements that were required back in 2012, it was the possibility to quantify MOSH and MOA separately, because until 2009, this was not carried out. Now it's routinely done, but also to characterize the subfraction of MOSH and MOA and distinguish from other analogs that are not MOSH and MOA. But despite the advances over the years, still there are doubts on the reliability of the results. This is a very cumbersome analysis, and the uncertainty is linked to three main factors: the sample preparation, the data interpretation, and the data integration. Differently from other contaminants, data interpretation and data integration may account to up to 20–30% of the total variability, which need then to sum it up on top of the sample preparation variability that, as you can imagine, is kind of relevant. So as a first attempt to try to harmonize the analysis of mineral oil, in 2019, the JRC published a guidance on sampling, analysis, and data reporting, suggesting the use of verification and QC with the use of internal standards, gave guidance on how to quantify and report the data, so according to what we call the C fractions, and outline also the analytical approach to be used for extraction, motion, MOA separation, and auxiliary methods that need to be used. In that guidance, a decision tree was published to support the analyst in the decision making of how to deal with the sample. So in particular, the critical steps are the use of an enrichment step, usually with saponification, and the use of auxiliary purification procedure, which are the ALOX for the MOSH fraction and the epoxidation for the MOA fraction. The general suggestion is to use them only when they are really needed, because they can create bias on the results. And we will discuss this a bit later. So the routine method now recognized for mineral oil use an advanced hyphenated technique, which is the LC couple online with the GC to limit the manipulation and make all the analysis automated. It has been very wisely designed by Biedermann and Gropp in 2009, using a series of internal standards to characterize the end of the fraction of MOSH, the beginning and the end of the fraction of MOA, and retaining the LC column triglyceride and other polar compounds. So the two fractions are separated, transferred to the GC. And what we obtain in the GC determination is actually what we call a HAMP, which is an unresolvent complex mixture, where hundreds of isomers are present in there. So due to this enormous number of isomers, the only way to quantify them is to use the FID detector, because we do not have available a calibration standard for calibrate a mass spectrometer. So considering this, one of the main issues is the lack of a confirmatory method, because we can't, with an FID, be sure of what is beyond the AMP. So what has been suggested also by the European Food Safety Authority as the best confirmatory method is the use of comprehensive gas chromatography, which allows us to have a better insight on what is present beyond the HAMP, because we have a separation based on two different column selectivity, and so we can separate according to the different subfraction as well into the 2D space. Starting from this, what we have been proposing over the last couple of years is it's a method that can incorporate the routine analysis and the confirmatory method in a single analysis. And so what we have been proposing is a completely integrated healthy GC-GC platform with double detection, FID for quantification, and TOF-MS for further confirmation of the observation of what is beyond the hump. In particular, the scheme of the instrument is here reported. We have a first separation in LC, where we separate the MOSH and the MOA, and we transfer both of them in parallel into GC-GC separation system, one connected to the FID and the other to the MS. So the first difficulty that we encounter once we set the hardware of the platform was the integration. In mineral oil analysis, we need to remove the riding peak that are sit on top of the hump. And while this is quite a rather easy exercise in 1D, this was not possible with the commercial software available when we started this project, because no matter what was the parameter of integration that we apply, we always integrate down to the baseline, which means that we incorporated that part of the hump that was sitting beyond the riding peaks. And so that means that we were underestimating the contamination of mineral oil. So what we did was to, in collaboration with a software company, to elaborate a new algorithm to be able to handle this data. And so every single reconstructed 1D chromatogram at every single given second dimension time was extracted, trimmed from the riding peak. And so we obtain a smooth hump and put it back into the 2D plot. And so what we obtained at the end was a smooth hill starting from these figures where plenty of riding peaks. So as a first study, when we first developed the algorithm, we proved that we had similar results to what we obtain in 1D using the manual integration to remove the riding peak. It worked very fine, this software, also for 1D data. Here you can see the comparison, but also the 2D data were then back comparable to the 1D. Of course, this was a first success, but was not enough to confirm that actually the platform can work for solving the cumbersome problem of mineral oil analysis. So we went on to try to validate the platform and jump on some interlaboratory studies that were going on over the last couple of years. And I'm sure that Stefan Cabratinova later on will explain them more in details. So what we did was to be part of this interlaboratory comparison. And on a side, we analyzed everything also with this integrated platform. The first study that is relevant because it focused only on the platform itself was the study of using a pure mineral oil, the Shell SN500, to calibrate the different analytical platform. So here you can see how we compare in comparison to all the laboratory. And moreover, the JRC pointed out a range of recovery and RSD percentage that needs to be met to prove the reliability of the analytical platform. So we need to have a recovery over 92% and a RSD below 5%. And here you can see how the integrated platform performs. So very, very good in terms of recovery and RSD. After proving the validity of the platform itself, we move a step forward and we use the same platform to participate to other two ILC, so interlaboratory study that were going on. One to update and revise one of the few standardized method available available for mineral oil, which is the EN 16995. And another one organized again by the Joint Research Center for establish a SOP method for infant formula. So these are the two interlaboratory study. And again, we provide the data in 1D, and on the side, we did everything in 2D. Here you can see how with the green spot, we perform with the 2D platform on the infant formula, and here for the edible oil ring test. So we were within the variability range of all the laboratories very successfully. But of course, since we have a two-dimensional separation in 2D in GC, we can go beyond and see what is behind the hump that we are identifying in 1D. And so we can use also the MS detector to investigate more in details what is in there. We detected the presence, for instance, of benzohopenes that can be blurrily seen, but they are there. Here is the hump that here it appears has a cloud of the MOA contamination. Sorry, we have the presence of some interference. We identify long chain alkyl benzene. Actually, here is some trace of diphenyls and biphenyl, and we detect the presence also of PCB. This needs to be confirmed. It's not the first time that we found PCB in our sample in the MOA fraction, and we are now verifying this finding using the standards. Here is another example from the edible oils ring test. Here we have the 1D analysis, the 2D, the raw 2D, and the treated one. What is also interesting is the data interpretation is rather cumbersome, and it becomes probably even more difficult if we look at the 2D chromatogram on some extent, because on some extent we have a better interpretation due to the chromatographic separation, but it's difficult here to see what we need to trim and if the trimming was actually performed correctly. So in this case, what we can do is to visualize in 3D, and here we know that the contamination should have a smooth shape, like a Gaussian curve, let's say. And so visualizing in 2D, we can, in a 3D, we can see that we need to trim more this part and this part to obtain a more smooth hump, and this corresponding to the expected value once we trim it in a better way. When I say it's the interpretation, it can be supported by the use of this platform. In fact, we can clearly see the chromatographic separation of some bunch of compounds that are actually forming a narrow hump here, which are now separated from the main area of interest where the MOA are. Here we can see that we have most probably a second hump, that is what I showed you in the slide before, that so need to be better trained. And moreover, with this platform, we can quantify according to the number, in the case of the MOA, of the rings. So that we have the 1, 2, 3, and so on, rings well separated in the 2D space. Thanks to the MS detection, we can also investigate more on what is present that is not MOA, and so adjust the sample preparation to tune it properly to remove what is highly necessary. For instance, this group that correspond to the hydroxylated sterol derivatives are actually chromatographic separated from the MOA fraction, so we can disregard a tuned sample preparation to remove them, while it's more important to remove these interference, which are squalene derivatives and epoxidant-resistant sterines. Again, also in this sample of fish, we found PCBs here, really almost all the series of PCBs with a very high MS match. So we are rather confident on this finding, but we are further investigated if we can transform this platform into a multi-residual platform and be able to quantify more contaminants at the same time. But let's have a look also to another support that this platform can give regarding the sample preparation, and in particular, if we refer to the auxiliary sample preparation method, epoxidation, that is required for an extra purification of the MOA fraction. So it is the method that we use nowadays, indeed, epoxidation, and it is well known that apart from removing squalene, stearin, it also affects the Moa fraction. So if we do not stop at the right moment the sample preparation, the reaction, we also lose more, and we can lose up to 30% of the Moa fraction. So what we observe, we spike a crude coconut, with a series of benzoapyrene with different degree of alkylation, and we perform the analysis without epoxidation and following the epoxidation procedure. And as you can see, the loss of the MOA is really relevant for the benzoapyrenes group, which were almost completely removed, while the lighter part, where mainly the three rings was basically not touched. So we can see that the removal of MOA during the epoxidation is mainly on the 3+ ring, and this was already known, but it's confirmed, and which is the highest concern fraction. So the risk to underestimate the highest concern of this contamination is very high. And also this removal mainly depends on the composition of the sample itself and from the kind of contamination that we have, of course. And you can see here, we analyze a series of crude coconut oil and refined coconut oil, that the difference in the refined one was much lower. This due to the presence of more interference to be removed, and so they act as a protectant for the MOA fraction. As a general view here, we can say also that the refined oil is less contaminated, and this is another study that we perform. Indeed, with the same contaminated spiked ad hoc oil, the crude coconut oil, we perform refining, and we analyze both in both cases without epoxidation, and you can observe how the MOA can be removed during refining. And so this step for edible oil can be used as a remediation for mineral oil analysis. And what I want to stress also is that we can reliably analyze it, especially if we focus on the 3 and more rings without too much manipulation, so without an extensive sample preparation. So in conclusion, the use of the LC-GC platform allow us to perform an in-depth characterization of the different subclasses of the motion, the MOA, providing data for a full toxicological characterization. At the same time, it allows to reduce uncertainty derived by the 3 main factors that we have seen before. So in terms of integration, the fact that we are automatically trimming the riding peaks is reducing the variability, and we have very nice results compared to a ring test, and it can support data interpretation and sample preparation thanks to the additional sample preparation that we have thanks to the chromatographic separation. With this, I wish to thank my research group, in particular Gregory Bowles, who is the PhD that is working at this project, all the sponsors that support us daily, and last but not least, you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢Picaro 教授的精彩分享。
Thank you, Professor Picaro, for your wonderful sharing. Professor Picaro made a very good point in terms of the MOH, the data, the analytics of the data integration, but she made a lot of efforts. She did a very wonderful job. I think Professor Picaro and the well-published the relevant articles, later on you can read her articles to see more details. Since the time is limited, but so there's no time is limited, but only time for 2 questions. But if you guys have a question, you can. Then, but for the online audiences, if you have a question, you may raise your question. All right, let me ask one question, please. In terms of the so for the 1, 2, we understand the LC, GC, for one dimension, but two-dimension one, because we know that we try to make it as less as possible for the column, and also the piece should be thin, and the temperature raise should be quicker. Therefore, we can get a strong enough signal. But if we transfer into the 2D and by use of LCGC, so it possible, to my understanding, is we just extend the column. So when the MOH comes in, so whether it interfere other signal or it weaken other signal, but this is my confusion. This is the first question. And for GC by GC signal is weakened, and if the 2D quantification sensitivity can reach to which level? That was LQ at the 2D dimension, 2D the condition. So what kind of a value can reach? Two questions.
Okay, I'm not sure if I get. So one question is on the column configuration and one on the sensitivity, basically on the use of the internal standard. I'm not sure I get correctly the question, sorry.
抱歉，我可能没有表达清楚，就是说。
So let me repeat the question again. I say GC. When do we have the GC quantification? So then, because of the 2D, and but in terms of the length of the column, LOQ compared with 1D, LCGC. So which level can achieve?
The sensitivity,
So-
detection limits. If you comparison with the 2D GCGC top method for qualification with 1D LCGCFID, what are the differences between detection limits?
So we have a detection limit in GCGC FID because we're using only FID for quantification. The detection limit mainly depends on the sample preparation. But if we compare only the platform, since we are spreading a bit the hump compared to the 1D, of course, we lose in some extent. But at the same time, we gain the signal of the 2D. So we have estimated that we can have a roughly 1/3, half, like a 2x or 3x better LOD than compared to the 1D. It depends on the distribution of the mineral oil.
Carol 的意思是说，虽然我们在这个
Well, the moderators will help to explain.
如果说那个用这个
Up to 2 or 3 times better. So
yes 2到3倍的要比这个1维的要好一些，因为它虽然说柱子短一些，但是呢，它通过汤的选择性呢，获得了更高的这个灵敏度。
The sensitivity is better.
谢谢。
yeah, selectivity is better.
Thank you.
Picaro, I have a question.
Yeah.
So I've seen that you have coupled LCGC directly with the GCGC TOF. So how do you compare the convenience and the application easiness when using the LCGC directly coupled with the GCGC TOF with the offline flag and collect with the GC and GC TOF?
So from our experience, we do not need any extra skills. Most of the laboratory has the GC separated by from the LC, but we need exactly the same attention that we need to transfer LC from the LC to the GC. So the extra dimension in GC is not an extra difficulty. So it really much more convenient, that collection, and we reduce the risk of cross-contamination due to the collection, maximizing the sensitivity also because everything is transferred exactly into the GC. But really, when we have troubleshooting, is most of the time on the LC-GC coupling and not due to the GC-GC part.
Okay, thank you. 我需要翻译吗，吴老师？还是
我没有完全听懂。
我问那个 Picaro 一个问题，就是说，他在做这个 GC TOF 的时候，因为他前端用的那
So
个
the
GC 自己
moderator is helping
是把
to explain the question.
GC TOF。那么这里面呢，跟这个我们离线去把这个东西收集下来，我们的 mosh 或者 more， 然后再进到 GC TOF， 哪一种方法更方便一些？我问他的这个问题。他刚才告诉我说，如果说他用这个 GC LCGC， 然后呢直接进这个在线，直接进这个 GCGC TOF 的话呢， 会可以减少这个污染，会接下来减少污染，这是第一点。第二点呢，因为它是全量的这样子的上注，它浸染的体积更大，所以它的灵敏度更高一点点，所以它有这样的一个好处。当然，如果说没有在线的这样子的仪器，离线去接完以后做 GC top 也是可以的啊。它
相对麻烦一些那样子，而且容易引入污染。是的，谢谢。
Okay, thank you for explanation. Thank you, Dr. Zhu. Thank you, Dr. Picaro. So time is limited, but let's enter the next presentation. The second one is from Nestle, Food Safety Institute. Wang Longfei, the senior specialist. He joined by the Nestle Institute of the 2008 and then 2014, and he transferred to the Department of the Food the Safety Institute, and he's responsible for those the screening and also the contaminants analysis for the food, etc. crops. And then, so I know him. I know him for a long time. I know, but he spent a lot of efforts on the mineral oil analysis, and the topic today is the challenges of mineral oil hydrocarbon analysis in food. Let's welcome him. Can you hear?
我是直接讲，我应该把PPT发给了组委会，他是不会播的是吧？
They're not thinking about really about send the point. I think maybe you can share a desktop. I'm a laptop, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. And first of all, thanks to the organizer for providing me this opportunity and to share with all of you. Also, I will say sorry due to some objective condition. I just joined the forum and to share with you online. Today, I take this opportunity and to share with you now the challenges of MOH analysis in food. Since for 2019, we equipped for the first LCD equipment. Now we have continuously developed the different MOH, the analytic one, instrument, the method. Also, we joined the two big projects of the analysis organized by EU. As one is plant oil, the other one is infant formula. And we find that there are some challenges within the such about the analytic method, but so take this opportunity to share with you.
So some of you might not be so familiar on the detection method of MOA. So a brief introduction on the development, the route of the development of the method. So the 80s of last century, we use manual SPE plus GC and FID. So to prepare a sample, they have to be manually separated. Separate the MOSH and MOA, and 2 injections to quantify MOSH and MOA separately. That means 2 injections in total for MOSH and for MOA. With the development of technology, we got the first instrument of online SPE plus LC, GC, FID, which is currently the main stream equipment, which has the function of separate MOSH and MOA online. And also, with the introduction of additional cleanup procedure for MOSH and MOA with epochs and allox, so that it's more sensitive for the detection, which only requires 1 injection to quantify MOSH and MOA separately. And in 2001, another new equipment, GCGC, TOF FID, which is which is the combination of the previous technology, which is to quantify more fraction from 3 to 7 packs, which is under the regulation of European Union, because once the more is detected, it has to be qualitatively and quantitatively determined about whether the 3 to 7 packs existing, and the more characterization and confirmation by the TOF detector is also applied. Based on the accumulation of the experiment data and the assessment based on the experience, we can tell that the deviation varies from different experiment, and the repeatability of MOSH turned to be higher. And we believe there are several factors for such difference. First, when detecting MOSH, we use Alox as the pre-treatment on the sample. Why would we use Alox? That is to remove the natural interference in the sample. Once they existed, it will greatly interfere of the result. With epochs and without epochs, the result differ quite bigly. Without Alox, the result turned to be higher. So in the methodology, if it's not cleared when to utilize the Alox and without the Alox and at which time, the result might differ. And also how to evaluate the cleaning activity of Alox, especially when we're using the online Alox treatment. When inject the sample at different timing, the result of the sample might also differ. So utilizing the technical control measures. For example, the injection of C10 to C50 alkaline mixture, and after C20, the response of the alkaline, is it responding? So that we can determine the activity of the Alox. And also in each testing procedure, we can determine whether it's still active by injecting the sample, and also the difference between offline and online Alox. If there is no capacity online, MOSH can also be pre-treated offline for quantitative determination. The result, however, might differ. The online result might be lower by 10 to 20%. I want to demonstrate through some of the data and the research results on the factors and the influences on the quantitative of MOSH. This table of chromatogram shows that the difference, two injections, one with Alox, the other without Alox, and the results, do they differ? We can see that the PKWF mainly distributed from 13 to 30. And we can see that in this factor, there is no loss after Alox cleanup. So you might question that you were saying that the result might differ with and without allox. So why there is no loss in this fraction? The allox cleanup targets mainly at the fracture after C20. So when analyzing the sample, when you realize the carbon distribution mainly concentrated before C25, then the result might not differ so much with or without allox cleanup. So one of the factor is after C20 if you consider the treatment of allox cleanup. Here is the other mineral oil graphs with the carbon concentrating from 16 to 25 before, with and without allox cleanup, with the chromatograph result showing that there basically is no loss with or without the result. Once again, it proves that it only targets at the fraction at above C20. And we injected another sample that is SN500 with the spectrum mainly from C25 to C50. Two injections, one with allox cleanup, the other without allox cleanup. And this time we can see the result shows the difference with about 50% of the loss. Once again, it proves that allox cleanup treatment targets mainly for the spectrum after C20. What about the actual sample test result? When we compare the MOSH value with allox with and without the treatment, the yellow part is with allox cleanup and the other part is without allox cleanup, and it shows that after allox treatment, the result differs quite noticeably after comparing several pairs of samples that in actual testing procedure with versus without allox cleanup. That might be the difference about over 50% of difference, which is quite big. We also compared the result online and offline, both with allox treatment. The content of MOSH online and offline, the result from offline turned to be 20% higher than online, which proves that our statement, that is, the result might differ comparing online and offline result. The other challenge I want to share with you on the analysis of more is how to achieve the high efficiency, high through, and the automation. Remember the first time as we were talking about the offline SC and then GC. Such method will take 2 days to treat 4 samples, and also has the higher requirement on the laboratory environment and the operator skills to avoid contamination, cross contamination. That is why we were asking for a highly automated system and equipment with technology involves. LCGC-FID had helped us the automation for allox and epox procedure, and our laboratory had went ahead by using GPC plus SPE platform provided by Germany LCPAC, we had realized the total automation for the whole procedure, concentration, allox, epox, and for ultimate qualification procedure. So we hope that in the near future, we can realize the automation of the last procedure, that is the saponification, which enable us for the total automation for the whole procedure of the more analyze online. Some of the testing results from the table is the validation results for vegetable oil and infant formulation testing. The recovery rate, the repeatability can meet the standard set up by GRC regulation, which once again approves the automation platform can meet our demand and further improve the determination and testing of more to enable the operator to check on the result of the chromatography and the analysis of the final result. That is all that I want to share with on the challenges. First, compared with the quantitative result for more, due to the different timing of allox, the result might differ. Secondly, we suggest we should think about the consideration of the fully automated analytic method when to improve the MOH of the detection of efficiency of the family. We hope that we have a chance when to talk to you face to face. So thank you. That's my sharing. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wang Longfei, and for your wonderful sharing. Dr. Wang, you have explained to us about the evolution of the MOH of the detection method. So, the audience, do you have any question? We understand the time is tight, but we still have time for one question. All right, if there's no question, let's go ahead. The next speaker is. Yes. I'm a China National Center for the Food Safety Risk Assessment and Professor Sui Haixia. Dr. Sui. So the major in the hygiene, public hygiene, and the sensitive inspection. But she's dealing with the food safety and risk management, and she involved and organized by the various projects. And the topic today is a risk assessment of the MOH in the complementary food for infants and young children aged from 0 to 3 years old in China. Professor Shui, are you available?
各位来宾，大家好，我是水海霞。
I'm Sui Haixia, member from the China National Center for Food Safety and Risk Assessment. It's been a pleasure to be invited to join this great event. Today, my topic is the risk assessment of for MOH in complementary foods for infant formula and aged from 0 to 3 years old in China. And there are 6 parts of my presentation. Firstly is the background of the project. MOH and the because of this, because for those oil and the fossil oils and with the fractionation of them, such the chemical complex mixtures may mainly divided into two types of it's like the mosh or the MOA. And so these are the two main types because of the C10, it's volatile. But if it is less than the C10, it's volatile. But if it is more than the C35, and then it is not easy to intake by the humans. But that's why we focus on the C16 and 235, because the motion of mole and have much difference in terms of toxicity. And for about mosh, and it can be accumulated in the liver. That is the C16 to C35, and then it can be accumulated into the liver, which can cause the liver cancer. And for the MOA, it has the mutagenicity, and this is a C327, bring the MOA may cause some of the DNA mutation, but because the genetic or the carcinogenic. So in terms of the risk of management and EC, and in April this year, and they reported that then expanded list of the foods that cannot be detected by MOA, but to all the food categories, including the foods that are infant formula. However, at present in China, in GB 2760, and so still place step 4 is like the wax or the white oil, and so for instance, like for the candies, the egg, and the maximum the dosage is 5 grams per kg. Then, but for the other large amount of food, but there's no detailed regulations. But then that means if this is the MOH can migrate into the food, but may cause the residual, and may cause the threat. The MOH can migrate into the food and also can contaminate, can make it contaminants during the food processing, or going through the food additives. And for the complement, the infant complementary food is very important nutrition source for the infant. For the infant, if no in time the supplementary of nutrient it will cause the anatomy effect on the growing of the infant. Then, but right now in China, for the MOH, within the complementary food, but in China, the risk is uncertain. And that's why for our food safety risk management center, and we just listed this MOH is an infant formula as the complementary food as one of the top priorities, but to assess the intake level of the potential risk of MOH in complementary food for the infants. Then the age group of the family is 0 to 3 years old, but then we should evaluate seriously about the intake level and the potential risk of MOH. Therefore, I want to provide a scientific recommendation and solid foundations for the MOH limit action. It's our technical route. This is according to the traditional way, and we had the assessment, hazard identification, adverse effect, and hazard characterization. Then when we do the investigation based on that, but every evaluation or assessment has the disadvantage that there might be some uncertainty. And then firstly, we should identify the hazard and then toxicity. So toxicity, and then to characterize the hazard. Therefore, and to check the various kinds of the infant complementary food. Therefore, then to form such a MOE, then for them to generate the outcome, and then to describe the characteristics of this evaluation, then only to form such a method. To introduce for the method, first is sample collection. And when the collective sample and the covers the supermarkets, online stores, the e-commerce, and also also very constrained the brands and the origin of the country, and to ensure that coverage by many types of complementary foods for daily consumption for infants in China. We got a total 138 number of samples. And there were 4 subtypes. One is like a canned foods for complementary foods, or maybe the rice, the flour, or maybe the noodles, and biscuits for the cookies, but for the infant, or the Molar sticks. Altogether, it's 138 samples. And another is the consumption data. Mainly comes from the China Food Consumption Center. 2013 China Food Consumption Survey has been conducted by our center. Then the respondent is the infant young children even from 0 to 3 years old, and it covers 15 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions. And we use the traditional survey way that covers about 20,000 respondents. And then there are 4 age groups, and such from 0 to 6 months, 7 to 12 months, 13 to 24 months, and 25 to 36 months, and the 4 age groups. Then in terms of method, we use the online, the high performance with LCGC, FID. We interested in Beijing Physical Chemical Inspection Center, Professor Guo, to organize such testing. So the advantage step is highly sensitive, highly automated, but the avoids introducing the contaminants. Then for the MOSH, also we segmentize data from C16 to 20, C20 to 25, C25 and 235, and C35 to C40. And for the more, that is also the C10 to 50, C10 to 16, and the C16 to 25, C25 to 35. And this is the aligned with the EU, the Food Safety and the Inspection Center. Then the quantitative is 0.5 milligram per kg. And in terms of the exposure assessment, we use the simple diffusion assessment. And we can see this equation. This is the average content of the MOH. This is the consumption quantity. This is the actual individual, the consumption daily. If they just use one type, it is one type. But if the infant intakes the more than one type, then we need to sum them up. Then later on, they divide by the weight. Then we can find the value. We call it is the exposure, the quantity. Then we can have the data relevant to the whole age group. The average of the exposure by the quantity based on percentage, based on certain MOH. This is the risk characteristic of the description. Then we use the MOE, the margin of exposure. If we foresee the toxicity of the such substances, then it's easier. But for some of the uncertain ones, then now the data is insufficient. But that's why we use the for the MOSH. Then, for the MOSH, we can do this. But for MOA, then the risk of characterization for the MOA is currently not applicable. That needs an in-depth investigation. The next, I'm going to introduce the result. Also based on 4 steps. Firstly, is the hazard identification. You find the ADME. But MOSH usually is absorbed into like liver fat, and then breast. So the benefit of MOSH, the more we found in the can be fine, and also it's about a low and medium toxicity. For Marsh, they have some genetic characteristics, but for the more, it has some limitation. So the reproduction of the toxicity right now, no reproductive toxicity found for Marsh or Mall. Of course, if there's no the elimination of the possibility of the cancer transferring, but for the Marsh, not found for the carcinogenic, but the Mall is carcinogenic. For because the Marsh has the bioaccumulation occurred from the C16 to C35. For Marsh, then there is a critical effect for the liver. And first we should set up the healthy indicators. But now the data is not sufficient for us to build up such a healthy indicators. But now what we can do is we based on those the actual measured daily value. For MOA, it has the mutagenicity the range from the 3 to 7 made from the DNA adapts and would be carcinogenic. And those response data for derived for the carcinogenicity threshold of MOL haven't been found. Therefore, the effective point of the departure cannot be established. This we can see this carbon range from the C10 to C50 and C16 and to C35 and about 138 the samples, and the so the average rate is the 93%. But I'm thinking for the biscuits and all the motor sticks, then it has the highest range. For the noodles, for the rice flour, the average value is lower. For the C16 to C35, generally is the 2.68, and the 3 samples they have found, and also biscuit molar sticks have the highest ones, but the noodles is the second one. And the fourth, but total from 138 samples there. Generally, it comes from the molar sticks or biscuits. For the MOL or aromatic, the hydrocarbon, and the 5 samples were detected, and the 1 noodle sample with 4 biscuits or about molar sticks, then because over detection rate was low, then there's no such sufficient data.
And then we analyzed the potential contamination source of MOA that might come from the food ingredient and from the migration from food contact materials. For example, the food ingredient, we noticed that in one type of the fish puree, that the most detective is 73.91, which is higher than the fruit puree, which is 4.5%. However, the packaging material is quite similar, so we assume that it comes from the food ingredient. The second source might come from the migration from food contact materials. The phytate contents in the food ingredient may affect the migration of the MOA, and also the paper or paperboard in contact with the food is one of the potential source of MOA contamination. The contents of the MOSH from C60 to 16 to 35 and 10 to 50 in one molar stick sample of paper packaging were higher. This is the result on exposure level. We used the sample group of about 20,000 groups, but we have a limited database for the exposure level. So we choose the consumer group because we started the 4 kinds of the food. So the exposure level is quite conservative. Throughout the 4 age groups, and the total and average of MOE are above 100. And for each individual, we calculated the MOE, which are also higher than 100. So our conclusion is that the risk is quite relatively low and do not require the priority attention. We also analyze the exposure contribution rate. That is, it comes from which source, which food needs the highest attention. We realize that with the age goes higher, the rice flour contribute rate is getting lower, and the noodles is contributing higher. From 0 to 6 months, the rice comes first and noodle comes second. You may argue that in previous studies, noodles, biscuits, and molar steaks might be higher than noodles, and the rice flour might be lower, but it's because the consumption rate of the rice flour in this age group is higher. So the average content might be lower, but multiplies with the higher consumption rate, the contribution rate is higher. With the age growth higher, the contribution rate of the rice flour is lower, and the noodle and biscuit and molar sticks contribute rate gets higher. And for infants and babies aged from 0 to 3 years old, the exposure level on the IF and the supplementary food, complementary food, the average consumption volume, and based on the volume, exposure level calculation, we can tell the average and the higher level MOE are all higher than 100. However, the uncertainty exists for each kind of risk assessment. It also applies to our studies. Although we have selected a sample collection to cover the routes of both supermarket and online stores, and also to cover all the factors as brands and country of origins, it may not cover all the brands and types of complementary food. Therefore, we might be overestimating the uncertainty is there, and also we cannot detect the sample of MOA content. So we use the limit, the LOQ, which might be overestimating. So the conclusion is for babies aged from 0 to 3, the result is relatively low, and it does not require the priority concern in Chinese market. Because throughout the age group, according to the test result, the result is higher than 100. However, though the detection, that's for MOSH. For MOA, although the detection rate is very low, the contamination of MOA is complementary food, infant and young children still needs to get attention from the public. Thank you. That's my report. Thank you, Professor Say. Are you online? Professor Say? Yes, I am online. So do you have any questions to this report from Professor Xu, and also for this topic on the risk assessment of MOA in infant food? The volume from Professor Sui is very small. So Professor Sui, we conducted some result in fish puree because the content from the other food, however, the content from the fish puree is relatively suspicious. So we further collected not in baby supplementary food, but for adults in the market. In fish puree, our laboratory and the Italian laboratory both detected that is due to the specific species of the fish, which turned to be contaminated for the moa. So it depends on the species. If the phyte content in the fish meat in the puree is higher, it turned to be more sensitive to the contamination. Yeah, we choose the kind of the canned fish. We collected the product with the higher, like the oils treated with the higher content of fat. So the content of the MOH turned to be higher, and also imported products tend to have the higher content than domestically manufactured product. What do you think the reason is? I think it's maybe the regulation is not there yet, because the fish is different. It grows in the ocean. For example, if the potential leak of petroleum oil from boats and ferries, and also if it's farmed species of fish, the contamination and the pollution of the water, the aqua environment is also one of the factor. So the planted and farmed products origin might be at lower risk, maybe that's the reason. And also we need to pay attention that EFSA will release a new report, the scientific opinion. It's not available online yet. Maybe we can study together later if it's available, which might come out later this year. As Professor Picori mentioned that we're paying not only to the attention, but also the moa from with the ring from 3 to 7 rings, which is more challenging because the content is actually lower. And so we needed to pay attention to the ringed moa. And for mineral oil, the challenging is that there are so many deviations under this fraction. But for MOH, with so many different aviation based on a chemical structure, there is no alternative chemicals, so it's very challenging. Yes, we need to have more standard. As our first speaker, Professor Perry mentioned that for law, we cannot have a clear conclusion on the content and the regulation and set limits on the detection on that, and also the testing results from different laboratories on MOA still differs. Later, during the tea break, I will invite our foreign professor to discuss on this, who is organizing the forum on the contamination in infant formula. So that will be a better standard or a new standard for the testing contamination for IF, so that it could be a benchmark for validating the results from different laboratories. Thank you, Professor Sui, for your sharing. Anybody has any questions about this topic? If not, we will welcome the fourth speaker. Mr. Zhang Hong from Essensing Shanghai, Senior Products Manager. The topic is on recent progress of standardized pre-treatment method for mineral oil analysis. Mr. John, welcome, will conduct the speech offline on site. Good afternoon, dear experts, online and offline. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zhang Hong, Senior Product Manager from Essensing, Shanghai. The topic today for me is the recent progress of standardized pre-treatment methods of mineral oil analysis. We are the sole partner of the Germany automation analyzing instrument in China. So since 2018, we were promoting the LC GCGC testing method, and we have a demo laboratory in Shanghai. We will remodify the instrument on LC and GC, and we offer the solution, the GCGC with other testing methods, so that our customers can enjoy the automated platform as the solution. We had offered this solution to multiple customers in China, including Nestle. Throughout the procedure, they have collected multiple laboratory data. The pre-treatment technologies I would like to share today.
I made a flow chart for the pre-treatment. Then use a workflow on the Marshall MOA analysis. Usually the analysis includes for several steps. The first thing is to add sample into the organic solutions, and then later on to make the add of the ALKOH to make the spam fiction. Then we add the EONDH and put in the hexane, then into separate phases. And later on, if we want to detect by MOSH and MOA, and then for detecting by MOSH, we'll use the purification of the aluminum oxide. And the previous speaker mentioned very good points, but then so we should remove the natural product which is interference. For the MOA, we will make the epoxidation, but then usually we should remove those high hydrocarbons and etc. And also some of the OH groups, and then because of it can affect the negative effective analysis result. And today I rather focus on the this epoxidation. Then sort of data comes from the Dr. Marler from the German Axel company. And he has more than 10 years experience in research experience in India, SVGC, LCGC, and it has been so his article about the result has been listed into the big analysis report. And also later on to just recently, he made a publication. He spent 2 years now investigating for this process, and then like he mentioned some of the reasons of the optimization of the new the testing or the analytical method. This doctor, 2019, 2020, he was communicating with by many American or European laboratories. Some laboratories complained that basically the LMDF the purity was not be enough. That's why it's a negative effect for the analytic result. Because there might be some of the byproducts, but those like aromatic or aromatics have generated, and of these the aromatics and has been added was generated and which known as the byproducts. Sometimes the customers will may meet with such a situation. But the German access company and towards this, they made an investigation. They tried to develop a new method to remove this interference. But generally, standard, the 4 points to share. The firstly is the reaction of kinetics. And we should find is the kinetics reaction kinetics should match level. And secondly, the one bring of new contamination, and also 3 is you handle in the lab, and the fourth the region should be stable. Region should be stable. And over 2 years after the investigation in through 2019, 2020, and finally they find another is a reagent that is the HCOH. And they can use this and replaced with the traditional one. I mean, two, make the epoxidation. And during the process, they find the stability is not good enough. But with the HCO2 and HCCOH, then later on to stabilize the stability. In order to accelerate the epoxidation, the speed, then the new additive should be added. To further increase the speed, then maybe we can add some hydrogenated dissolvents. Then in his document, he mentioned the after investigation, he got optimized the solution. Natural organic solution, and also the CL3 reaction. But this part of it should be added into the hexane after specification. Then therefore, when to set up such a epoxidation, afterwards we can do the transformation of the solvents, then put it into LCGC, and then to do the quantification the test. And through the test, and there's another additional advantage of this for solvents. Some of the products are generated by the epoxidation. So there might be the additional LH alkaline. The retention is better. Retention is better by the detection of a column. So they are impurity. Since it can be retained on the column, then so they can be better separated from Mosh or Marler. Another for the extraction of the hexane. Then the content can be increased. What does it mean? With the reaction, after the solidification, basically the solvent is quite sensitive for the solidification related by the products. If the content is high, it can actively affect the results. Then we might follow some of the SPE. The speaker from Nestle, I mentioned at that point, but related to the SPE operation. When we use this solvent, the SPE operation, it can be removed. This is our new finding. Just now I mentioned about a new method based on the epoxidation, and we made a validation, and this is the validated on the automatic machine. This is the step, the process for the validation. There are 4 steps. First one is the SAP simplification, then it's extraction. And usually we need to do the SPE, but with the new oxidation, then we can remove this step. Afterwards, we do the epoxidation, then later on we can concentrate it, then also add it into LCGC and before the direct analysis. The test result is as follows. Due to the new epoxidation method, and the experiment based on sunflower oil. Then the rain trial, the main value is 0.63 mg. We know in April the EU made the limit. They stipulated the limit. This is 2 mg kg. And we can see the readable data is quite obvious under such a very low content. And also the reproducibility is quite good, but we used the olive oil. With the 3 weeks, we used to collect the data. With the 3 weeks of the experiment, we measured the 8 points. We made the average point. We can see fluctuation rate is very low. The plus minus 4.3%, but that means that it's quite stable. Besides these, also we use this. We can identify different matrix from various of the matrices like different animal fat, butter, cocoa butter, so coconut oil, palm oil, the margarine olive oil, pumpkin oil, or the non-plant oil, like a fatty acid, muscular, etc. And then this oil become from those of the European certified lab. They well prepared the samples. Then with the statistics, we think the V score is less than the 2, so the result is not bad. Then this is towards the pre-treatment. When some customers not only do the quantification now, but also they will do the characterization. This year we make the integrated one, increase the quantification and the characterization. One is the LC part, the other is the GC part, and also plus the RFID detector. All right, we can see this is 2-in-1. This is the top. Where's the LCGC? It is equipped with 2 DC. One is LCGC, the other one is GCGC. But this is the 2-in-1 equipment. So in the daily work, we can directly do the quantification analysis with maybe towards the MOA. Maybe you can do the GCGC top. And the previous speaker mentioned about the GCGC top model and to do analysis. There are 2 methods to connect that experiment. Also, you can do it online or offline. GCGC top ones. Or some of the collector, collecting the equipment. And after the LCGC separation and different valves can collect the MOSH or MOA fraction. And we provide the 2 both the option according to the specific requirements by the customer. This is we consider this a spectrum. The first speaker mentioned a lot about GCGC, the spectrum map. And we can see this. This is coffee, the coffee bean sample. And so we found it is contaminated by the mold. And we need to identify the source of contamination, but we doubt that it might come from the package and the linear package. And we can see it has been affected by the mosh. And also we find that it's on the jute bag. And then we find that the contaminants have come from this bag. The second one, the coffee bean. The coffee bean is polluted by 8 substances, including the mold. Also, we can find the same source, same contamination source from the bag, and we can identify the where the contamination comes from. In terms of the data analysis, it's quite different from our daily analysis. Usually we just analyze the peak ones, but for the MOH, it's a complex, basically complicated but complex. Then it's not just a simple peak in values. For the combination software, it can just analyze the partial data, but with our software, and we can analyze all these peaks. But actually, the more important is the area under the peak. It's very complicated for us to calculate by the normal the software. That's why now we provide such a fully automated software and automatically calculate and all data can be imported by the automatically, and the spike peak can be automatically reduced. Now further you can quickly get the actual MOH data.
Apart from the systems we just shared, we also have other additional options for the MOA and MOSH. For example, the automatic epox system to reduce the interference material in MOA, and the automatic Allox. Some of the chemicals with higher or lower content of MOSH or MOA, we can have a new system to separate the MOSH and MOA. And for the leftover sample, re-inject the system to further determine the MOSH for sample with higher content of MOSH and lower content of MOA. Because if you use the previous technology, the low MOA will be overshadowed by the high content of MOSH. With such solution, we can treat this kind of sample properly. For us, we have quite mature experience of offering solutions for domestic customers, solutions on contamination. In our catalogs, we have multiple options of different matrices and different contaminants which are commonly found in the food industry, like fat, F, packaging, grains, breads, seeds, oil products, and also, as we mentioned, the observation and testing from the fish meat products, and also livestock meat, eggs, animal feeds, where we found the residue of MOH, and also the raw material for the food supply chain. We also offer the solutions for the determination of contamination from paper, paperboard, and other packaging materials. And also the other topics is the residue of MOH from human body. There are two parts. The first is the fat tissue. The other is the human breast milk. Both of the sources can detect the residue of MOH. Other than that, other than MOH, we also customize other solutions for the contamination in food products and also the nutrients in food products. In our LCGC products, we can also analyze other chemicals. We also offer the solution MCPD. This year, there's a new revision on the fat acid and RAH, forgive me. In a new revision of standard, the second chapter is about the determination of C13 and the RAPH, which is actually the target and also the limit had been set by EU. And in 2019, China had also put them into the catalog. We had been monitoring the statistic data of the chemical to detect the MCBD and the pH. And in IF, we actually have detected those products, and in high fat content or fried food, we have developed automatic analyze platforms, and also purified agent, fat acid, and as we said, pH, the analyzing platform for those. We offer the solution. We offer the turnkey solution to our customers, including the mathematical validation. Those are the solutions we can offer on the verification and determination on mineral oil. Do you have any questions? We will sacrifice a little bit time for tea break to for the QA session to Mr. Jiang. You mentioned the new solution for epochs. You talk about the chemical like fatty acid. What kind of technology can you detect? I read the article from Marler. Actually, he is developing the new solution for epochs, which is actually targeting at the palm seed oil, because there are certain chemicals that is not so sensitive towards the traditional reagent for epochs. So the new solution is targeting at palm oil product. So he conducted a series of experiments with the new epoch solution with the performic acid. So we can detect certain amount of fatty acid. but it could be removed. The fatty acid generated can be removed, therefore it will not interfere the result. So you were talking about your target is to test the fatty acid. So what is the challenge for you to detect fatty acid and you know, with the platform determining more? What do you think? Did I explain myself? The question is from an online audience. You can unmute and discuss with us live. Actually, we conducted a series of research in plant oil because we got samples ranges from IF and food and fatty acid. The detection of the fatty acid could be easily achieved because though with different polarity, it could be detected. You want to understand the content of the fatty acid. Talk to them, talk to the team. They have the experience to share afterwards. Okay. Do we have any other questions?
吴老师稍等，现场的话有那个上现场有一个问题，我先听一下。
I have a question from offline audience. So you mentioned there are a series of oil and food additives for more detection. So is there any LOQ set for the detection of more and mosh? Okay, let me answer the question maybe. Current regulation on LOQ is not there. Currently, we're talking about BLL, which is an organization which established the benchmark stating 3 kinds of food. For oil, and in the new revision, there is a new category with IF and chocolate candy. So the most the oil and the IF, more is 3 and mosh is not detected. And then we are using the GRC, which is set later on. We have speakers discussing about the standard is 0.5 ppm. So currently in oil, the standard benchmark is followed from BBL 13 ppm. For mosh in IF is 12 ppm. And Professor Wu, they have the new Euro paperwork about the new LOQ standard. Generally speaking, in EU market, they have the new LOQ in fat in oil, 2 mg per kg. And for product with lower fat content, the limit is 0.5. With a higher fat content, the standard is 1 mg per kg. That's for more. That's the reference, the LOQ reference. For oil with higher fat content is 2. For lower content is 0.5. I'm not sure what is vegetable. I'm from the our company manufacture candies, so I am interested in that the EM 16995, the standard, the new standard is 2 ppm. EU standard. The Germany standard is DGF standard, which is similar, which is actually the same standard for many, and this standard revision is studied by EDF. So when we talk about the EMF 16995 is actually the same standard. Okay. Okay. Do we have any other questions? I think we had no more questions. Okay, let's take a break, and we will be back at 3:50, which is 7 minutes later.
Die war doch vor mir, diese Bankanova, oder?
朱博士，你们那边怎么样？大家都进来了吗？
The guests, please come back. Dr. Zhu, everything okay? Is everything ready?
也没有图像。
No image.
好，那我们下午的
我们接下来
开始。
准备开始。
All right, now next let's go ahead.
在线上的和线下的
Dear guests from online and offline,
导师啊，我们下半部分
the
开
guests,
始啊。
let's start.
我们
Let's
如期我
resume.
们下一位的
And it's Marler to introduce the next speaker.
矿物油研讨会的
There's
主持人
this is the moderator for the afternoon session. They're from the Institute of Analysis and Testing Beijing Academy of Science and Technology. The Professor Wu Yemen, then Ms. Wu, the graduate from the Tianjin University, and also the postdoc doctor from the Tsinghua University. In the recent years, she dealing with the MOH by the assessment. She obtained the outstanding achievements of it. She published more than 100 articles and she obtained 4 patents. Multiple she participated in the multiple standards of drafting, and she obtained the relevant the awards, several awards.
Professor Wu Yanwen has been the most respectful pioneer for mineral oil analysis in China. Her lab has been the first one and the only one being accredited by CNOS and taking care of a lot of mineral oil samples in China and with great results. And also Professor Wu's lab is also the collaborative joint lab of Essensing.
So let's welcome Professor Wu to deliver her next speech. 那么下一个是那个吴彦文老师。
So next one is Professor William. Let's welcome her, please.
谢谢朱博士的介绍。
Thank you, Dr. Chu.
也谢谢我这个 PPT 都看得见哈。
You guys see my point. And many thanks to the organizer for inviting me to share with all of you. To pay attention to the MOH and also to know some of the updates from the European perspective, and then to know the updates of the MOH investigation in China. As you know, our team is always dealing with the MOH analysis. Today, my topic could be a bit different, but today I want to say is the sort of paper-based about the food packaging materials about the MOH migration. Then, in my presentation, summarize a little bit about my 20 years experience, research experience. And firstly, we can see some like the European updates in terms of the paper-based about the MOH migration, and also some of the work we are working on. We know there are a lot of issues we need to address. If Dr. Picaro mentioned that also previous speakers have made a great point on the MOH. So I want to say something from the perspective of the ESDB packaging based contamination of the MOH. And Dr. John, manager John, also mentioned in his presentation about the contamination of migrated from a jute bag. So this time I focus on the paper-based ones. So in terms of the jet bag, also the team they find in the coconut coffee bean. Then there was some it is found that there is some contamination of the MOH because they used the jute bag. The jute bag in order to make it softer, and then they used a lot of the jute the oil. That's what we can see. Use of the GCGC. We find bring 1, 2, 3, and also there are other like the cell phone because it's toxic. And before the batching order of the jute bags, now it's already has been removed. As we know, the International Association for jute bag has a very serious requirements on that. Now it's the migration of the MOH from the bag, but it's no more an issue. But later on, we find also maybe something related to is the metal can. For instance, those the canned fish food. Then the people doubt that maybe some of the migration from the metal rolling. So the metal can. I remember the 10 years ago, there was the famous incident related to the infant formula. They doubt whether maybe the contamination migrated from metal rolling oils. And we can see it on the right. This is the top map and the batching oil and a crude fraction from the lubricating oil. Today we focus on is the paper-based migration of the mineral oil. Also the this is a group of the team they find it. The group of the team have found that. Then it occurred since 2012 up to 2015, 2016. Then this is the top map for LCGC and for the recycled paper. We find the recycled paper that has big of a contamination level. This is a paper-based package. And the first thing we should pay attention to is the MOH, the content of the paper. And we should have found a different paper source, like newspaper paper or is the office paper. And if the paper-based package is based on those paper, and what we need to find out whether there is some like printing oil problems. And group team is comprised from the experts from Italy and Belgium and Switzerland. And then this is the usually the group of the team researched out those the dry paper based packages like those about the cereal, the maybe oatmeal or the some like instant noodles. The group of in 2018, he made a review. So 2018's level is obviously much lower than 2011, and we can see the for the MOH content of India. If a paper-based, you may ask the how does it comes from? How does it migrate from the paper-based the packaging materials? Firstly, for the spaghetti, we can see this is the before the C24. This is 1D and 2. This is 1D chart. Probably with the polypropylene based upon one span. Also, it is found with the also the C. This is the around before the C trend 18. Since we know somehow relevance of intuitive paper-based containers, then we start to make the comparison of those the paper-based the packaging materials. But then I made such the experiment. He just suspend those the box, and then later on we find about those there might be some loss of the low carbon migration, but the high ones will still exist. And we can see the lower carbon substance but migrate to the food. The later on, so the deduction is that the gas phase can help can be helpful to migrate, but it's the carbon. That means the it's volatile. It's volatile to the air, and then by the gas phase, and then by the contamination of migrate into the food. Even the paper, even the carton, even for the secondary, not directly. The direct contact ones, maybe the secondary packaging materials also can migrate but those contaminants from the gas phase, and then so where does it come from? And then later on they pay more attention to the printing oil, because the printing oil it contains those carbon which is lower it's a lower valent ones, but there's those printing oil, because this is based on the mineral oil. This is a low carbon series.
And the contamination source is the printing inks. So we need to monitor the migration of the printing inks. Recently, there are the manufacturers of the printing inks. Manufacturers are getting alerted and starting to pay attention. In the regulation from France had requested that the recycling cannot, the printing inks cannot be found from the recycled. And in 2016, there's a paper proved that if the packaging material have the direct contact with the food, that is the non-evaporative migration. So by using the PAO demonstration, that the non-evaporative migration can also migrate to the food. And the theory is that the smaller the particle is, the higher the possibility of the migration. We all know that usually paper packaging material is more than one layer of material is the multi-layer compound material. So the layer of the plastic film is actually the potential source of the more contamination migration, mainly is the MOA. So in an article published in 2012 is that posh could migrate into food. So we are based on the JRC 2012. In the in the report, they have to state posh and mosh separately. And apart from that, any other potential migrative chemical product, one is PAO, they think is migrated from the Homme. And Homash from Germany, his study argues that the ROH is actually migrating from the chemical and could be reflected in the testing result either in more and or in MOSH. So EN 16995 regulation, they offered those chromatograms which tend to be similar that could potentially help us to distinguish the chemicals. However, it needs to be improved. We still need to conduct further research. So we now have known that paper packaging material would be the source for the MOH migration. So the teams in Germany and other laboratories had said that we should reduce the utilization and start the monitoring on the content of the mold from paper packaging material, which goes to the second topic. We are talking about the migration of the mold from the paper packaging material. What about the laboratory testing and the migration test, the simulation? For such simulation, such test, we need to simulate the utmost, the worst case condition. But there's a special condition that is for the migration of test of mold from paper-based packaging into food is the difference from those identified migrants in the polymer materials like plastic, and also mold itself as the chemical is very complicated. So there are so many factors to be considered. First is the paper material and the vitality and the structure and the polarity of mold product. Can we find any other alternatives to be added into the test as the simulation to reflect the actual contamination? That is also very challenging because we need to consider the source of the contamination, and also with so many categories of food with different content of fat, and the particle sizes also differ from each other, and some of the hexes cannot be eliminated for the interference material, and also the simulation of food. What about the size of the simulation object? So many factors to be considered. Here is one test on paper composite or barrier materials to determine and assess the migration of the mold. So this is the section of such paper composite material to see the composition, thickness, and weight structure of the material, and also the hot melt additives will also exist on the packaging material, and also consider the application of the paper packaging material. Is it the first tier or second tier of packaging material? And guidances were given to analyze relative chemicals as alternative chemicals to cover those 16 categories of mosh or so how do we simulate and spike the surrogate in the paper to reflect the actual condition? And also when spiking the material, we should keep the flat surface of the material, cannot wrinkle it or destroy the surface. Currently, the common simulants of food are for the dry food and the liquid food. However, the challenging part still exists. They are trying to find other alternative materials with the proper size or shape of the food. Currently in Chinese conduct research, we try to simulate the liquid product, but there are still some problems of food simulant. For example, we put it there for several hours to simulate the product. The printing ink had already, sinked into the surface of the packaging material, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the actual condition. And also it cannot reflect the actually stimulating high fat food and with high temperature. And also it's really hard to find the suitable alternatives for liquid food product. So that's the challenge we're facing. And the recent publication from the team is to consider the alternative and the simulant, but the temperature condition should be considered when it's higher than 60 degrees. The result might be different, and the migration test method used for barriers, it could be still or dynamic. It could be statistic migration or dynamic migration could be used in the laboratory testing and to simulate the procedure of migration and also to detect the efficiency of barrier materials. There are several ways of to detect the laminated film or food side barrier layer or the inner bag. Currently, the PE film has absolutely no barrier effect, and the PET has partial effect, and the PA and active carbon are turned to be more effective. However, for those barrier materials, once inserted into the packaging material, it could be really hard to be recycled. Some of the studies we conducted and we faced the challenges on the study on the migration from paper-based bucket into instant noodles during the storage and cooking. Because many of the manufacturers, they use the paper-based bucket or the paper-based bowl for the instant noodle. To compare it with the plastic bagged noodle product so that we can compare it thoroughly. And the result shows that, as we imagined, the bucketed or the instant noodle with the paper bowl, the migration rate turned to be much higher than the instant noodle packed in bags. In the storage phase, however, when soaking the instant noodle in the hot water, the result is different. because the instant noodle is packed with the plastic bag within the bucket. So this spectrum shows the product with the plastic bag. Once put in the hot water, the gas phase in migration turned to be higher. So the summary on our recent study is that when compared with the migration procedure in food, the analysis for the paper packaging material is more complicated because we have to consider the paper packaging material itself and what's inside. And also current study are mainly based on the dry material. How about the oil-bearing and wet food, like instant noodle in bucket? There are less study on such product. We need to consider different factors. That is my study and my report. Thank you very much. I will exit from the presentation. Do you have any questions to me and my report? Sorry, we are a little bit over behind the schedule. How can I exit? Do you have any questions? If not, we will move to the next speaker. I cannot hear what's going on from the conference room. Sorry. Any questions for me?
Right, Dr. Wu, there's no new question from our side, but please go ahead. But now next, let's welcome. Is the Stefanka, Mr. the Stefanka Pratinova, who is the scientific project officer from the European Commission, been a joint research center. We briefly introduce him. And Stefanka joined the GIC 8 years ago, and he's dealing with yes, aromatic rainbow analysis and Stefanka with the team responsible for the analyzing the project before MOH, the Bosch, the MOA. We know the 2015, the guidance by the UC. Actually, this about the guidance of Stanford and the team is main director for that standard. And these days, the Stanford team and focus on the research on the infant formula. If validation method is good, then later on it could be the standard for our future. Then as the next of us, let's welcome Stanford to share with us. The topic is toward more harmonized methods for determination of emulsion and MOA in some challenging matrices. Welcome again. No, Stefanka, please.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, please.
So do you see now something? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can see. Hi, I can see you. This is Matthias. I can see your presentation, Stefanka.
Okay, so I'm going in slide mode. So now you see in presentation mode, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so good morning for us, good afternoon for you in China. I'm working for the European Commission for the Joint Research Center. Thanks for the nice introduction. And in next couple of minutes, I will lead you towards our effort to harmonize the method for determination of motion more in challenging matrices. And mostly our focus was on infant formula. Why? Because a few years ago, in 2019, there was rapid alert that MOA were detected as present in infant formula, and as this is a very sensitive matrix, all our can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All our efforts were focused towards receiving the more reliable and comparable results, because at the beginning we questioned the comparability of the results, as the mineral infant formula was one of the most challenging matrices due to its composition and due to the fact that the more are encapsulated in the fat is encapsulated in the protein. So, in fact, we organized at the beginning a round table workshop with all the stakeholders, interested industry, commercial lab, universities, and decision was taken that and acknowledged that the harmonized method is needed. We, over the past 2 years, we conducted 5 interlaboratory comparison, and I will guide you briefly through all of them. First 2 was 2020, when we explored the situation with one exploratory research with market infant formula, and we collected all the methods that different, about 30 participants applied. The results were that at 3 microgram per kilo, we had about 33% standard deviations, which is quite a lot. Our target was 1 milligram per kilo. That's why we scrutinized all the methods received, and then we proposed a procedure to be tested in pre-trial. The procedure constituted of reconstitution of powder infant formula in water, saponification, extraction, silica gel column cleanup, epoxidation, and online LCGC FID detection. During the pre-trial, we received very similar results as during the exploratory research, meaning that still a lot of work has to be done in order to go lower with our working range. So we improved the proposed method, mainly in focusing on the more full saponification. So that's why we added prolonged time of saponification. We added second extraction because we arrived at, after improving the method, we were faced with new challenges because the internal standards didn't behave the same after saponification, and some are extracted easier than the others. So this is the scheme of the method. It is very complex with a lot of reactions. That's why everything should be under control. As I told you, the full saponification led to inconsistency of the internal standard recovery, mainly between TBB and methyl naphthalines. That's why we introduced the second extraction to solve partially the problem. Another option is just to go not to full saponification, to leave some fat in the samples, but then you should use a larger column with larger capacity to retain the fat. Another challenge are too many interfering peaks remaining for some of the matrices, mainly for palm oil, and still there is no other option than to increase the LOQ for particular samples. We have heard in the morning about the new epoxidation method proposed by Nestula, but this was out of the scope of the validation study because it is quite new and recent. Then we decided that we have to focus on not only on the sample preparation procedure, but on the proper functioning of the systems, and later on you see on the integration. Why? Because we, when trying to characterize the shell oil that we used for spiking, we received quite different results from different laboratories. with ranging with 10% difference. So this was not acceptable for us because the analysis is only pure mineral oil in hexane. And we organized next collaborative trial with 30 laboratory to dig on and to investigate the problem. So this slide was shown already by George Porcaro in the morning. This is the analysis of pure mineral oil in hexane, and still you can see that they are quite spread of the results from different participants. Here on the left axis, the analysis, in fact, the recovery of the mineral oil, the sum of MOSH plus more, because what we have noticed is that most of the lab had very low recovery, even lower than 75%, because this is not the whole range of labs. And to be sure that we have to have 100% recovery, in fact, what we did is we injected this mineral oil directly in GCFID, and we saw that when there is no separation of MOSH and more, you got this 100% recovery. Then our colleagues just collected the MOSH fraction, the MOSH and more fraction manually from the LC system and injected them in the GCFID, and still we had this 100% recovery. So we in fact were convinced that something is wrong with our instrument. And in fact, we noticed that this happens with other LC GC instruments. And what we worked together with the company, in fact, it has to be very finely tuned, the links between the retention gap. This is the greatest contributor to this low recovery, and that's why we recommend after each intervention of the instrument, some tests to be run for recovery of well-known mineral oil. Our next ring trial was just on integration. We, as we heard in the morning from Giorgio Porcaro as well, the integration contribute a lot to the uncertainty. And what we have done is just we have sent in electronic version files of 6 different chromatograms, MOSH and more chromatograms and blanks to the participant, asking them simply to integrate. And the outcome was that we have about 14 to 18% standard deviation for mole. These are the 6 samples that we have sent. And here are the chromatograms, how different labs integrate, in fact, because this is the same chromatogram, but one lab integrate having results about 1, and the other have results about 1.8 based on the same chromatogram. After including some peaks, some winding humps over the humps, which in fact should have not been done. What is our aim? Our aim is to have Gaussian-like hump, because this is in fact what the mineral oil gives us as a signal as an unresolved hump in the chromatogram. So we gave some guidance for integration in our report, how to subtract the reagent blank file, how to trim the winding peaks, and how to integrate the internal standard, because sometimes they are not very well resolved. And we should be aware that this is 1-point calibration, only one internal standard, only 1 point, and it could contribute a lot to the final results. And now, lastly, the final ring trial that we organized on infant formula with 15 materials, which were produced together with in cooperation with Nestle. In fact, the bulk materials were produced in a pilot plant of Nestle in Europe, and the Special Nutrition Europe chose the formulation of three type of formulation to be used. One that should have been blank. Blank one, rapeseed oil based as easier one, palm oil based as most challenging one, and then one hypoallergenic infant formula based on rapeseed oil. And on the top of these three that should be blank material, they produced spike material at higher concentration. The spike was done in the factory, as I told you, in the oil that was used for infant formulas production before the spray drying. So this ensured that it is representative for all the commercial type of infant formula. Then these bulk materials arrived at the reference material production facility in our institute, and they were blended in different ratio, producing different level of much more content infant formula, and distributed to the participant. We had 26 participants from Europe and one from China. You see that some of the labs, they covered all type of stakeholders: commercial lab, industry, national reference lab, and official control labs, university as well. And these are the outcome. This is the outcome of the study. In fact, we were satisfied to observe that in fact the results are quite good even for the lowest spiked level. What the first three here are supposed to be blank infant formula, but unfortunately they were not blank, but the content, the mean value is about 0.5, and we see that the standard deviation is it's high. But for value close to 1 and above 1, we have very satisfactory standard deviation. We should take into consideration that these are 26 laboratory, quite large bench of laboratory, and the statistic was done based on the classical approach, and you see that there are not so many outliers in fact. Only one lab was a total outlier. And the first result were for more. These are the results for MOSH. But what we have to be careful here is that the lowest value is 5 milligram per kilo, because this is what was the content of the supposed to be blank. And in fact, the spiking doesn't correspond to the content of the blank, but this is the limitation of the study. And what I also want to turn your attention is that the procedure was targeted to more in infant formula, and we didn't apply ALOX, but still we collected the results for MOSH after epochs analyzed in the same extract as MOA. And for we can say that for levels above 5, this works quite well. But we don't have observation for lower levels. What is the problem? What I said is the discrepancy between the value obtained with quantification based on 2-methylnaphthalene and TBB for more. And absolutely the same graph with about 13 to 14% differences was obtained during the other method validation study for MOSH more in edible oil, the improved sense standard. So we should be cautious that in fact what the results would depend on what internal standard you use for calculation, though the difference is not statistically significant. And from the left side is the classical Horwitz trumpet that we see depending on the concentration, the standard deviation. Another problem is the recovery, as also was discussed in the previous lectures. We observed quite low recovery for MOA because in fact, the shale oil that we have spiked is the one that it's shifted towards the higher C fractions. And there, in fact, you see quite high reduction of the MOA after epoxidation. So this is, in fact, the study was performed with only one mineral oil spiked. It was not feasible to spike with different mineral oils, but we all know that that in fact the recovery of MOA is lower after epox. And now a few chromatograms, how the few samples, how the chromatograms looks like. The first and the third line are the chromatogram for MOA. The second and the fourth line are MOSH. And this is collection of chromatograms from only one lab, where we can observe quite reasonable chromatogram with low baseline drift, low reagent, and good separation of internal standard and good removal of the interferences. On the next slide, I collected chromatograms for another lab that have some problems that comes from most probably from septa when they use silicone septa, or from the silicone cap of the pipette. But still, after trimming the peaks, the lab have good results in the interlaboratory comparison. The last slides show how different labs performed in the interlaboratory comparison with the same samples. So we see from the left side that, for example, this is rapeseed-based infant formula spiked with low level 0.75 milligram per kilo, but with native presented more about 44. The target should be 1.2. The lowest value observed were about 0.6, the highest about 1.5, with the median about 1 milligram per kilogram. In fact, the standard deviation here is about 32%, which we could consider acceptable. And the last slide is with example with palm oil-based infant formula, but there are not big difference between the two matrices. So as a conclusion, we should be aware about the limitation of the study. Only 3 types of matrices, only 1 type of infant form of mineral oil, and the limitation of the SOP itself, mainly the losses of MOA and the not fully removable of the interferences for some matrices. Yeah, this slide, in fact, I put it this morning when I heard the discussion about the new LOQs from DG Santé, and from April 22, these are the targeted LOQ for low fat, middle fat, and high fat content. Infant formula fall within this group of target LOQ 1 milligram per kilo, and in fact, with our method, we concluded that it is suitable to enforce such a statement because it gives comparable results at 1 milligram per kilo. And the conclusion is that there is no difference in the method performance for the different matrices. With this, I would like to thank you to all the team behind the study, to Nestle, to reference material units for production of the material, and to team of the European Commission working on it. So thank you for your attention as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, your excellent speech. And I have a question. 但是为了不浪费时间，因为我这个英文可能表达不是很清楚。那个
Save time, I would like Dr. Zhu to help me to translate to.
就是我们实验室在按照2019年
Stefan Ka, GRC 2019 standard to detect. In many cases, the carbon fracture with C10 to C50, once detected, there are different segments of the carbon numbers. You know, you have different numbers of the carbon particles. So in lower range, it's very low. It turned to be really low. So do we just state the number or just say it's not detected? That's one question. The other question would be, once MOSH or more, if the whole spectrum of the carbon dioxide is not detected, then do we state the sub-segments, like at what number? Do we also mention that?
What I can say here is that at the moment we are working on the revision of our guidance from 2019, because in a joint decision with DG Santé and EFSA, we will go only to ask for total MOSH and total MOA from C10 to C50 without subfractions, because yeah, the EFSA decided that there is no reason, and it only complicates our life to report so many subfractions. Also, this solved the problem with lower bound approach to report the value of when in different fractions you have lower than value, and in one fraction only you detect a value. Many labs apply lower bound approach and apply and report only this value as a final value. But in fact, what should be done is the integration of the total hump should be done, because applying lower bound approach, there is a risk to underestimate a lot the total content of MOSH or more. Yeah.
吴老师，他那个同声翻译已经把
Professor Wu had already translated your questions, so our lecturer had replied to you. Just to explain to you again, that is, with the current solution is that we only request you to mention for the whole MOA. There is no need to specifically calculate the sub-segment. That is correct. Thank you, Stefanka, for your information. Anybody has any other questions? You know, cherish your moment, cherish the opportunity to raise your question to our expert here. Okay, I will ask a question on behalf of my team member. Dr. Zhu, you can help explain that we recently joined the meeting organized by the capacity with validation of the laboratory. The other subject is the MOH, and there are many peaks observed. So the question is, do we remove the peaks across the sample? is also spiked into the sample oil product. So for food oil product, we need to remove the spikes. How about the mineral oil sample? Like, do you get it? Like, we have two separate samples for validation. The first is the pure mineral oil. There are many peaks on the MOSH, so the accumulated data will be so much higher than the unaccumulated, the spiking in the sample. But for us, usually we don't, we remove the peaks, right? So can you ask for mineral oil, pure mineral oil, do we need to remove the peaks mainly for MOSH because there are so many peaks?
The question coming from Professor Wu is that she had two samples that during the recent experiment. One is the mineral oil, pure mineral oil. So her question is about the quantification of the MOSH. So basically, in this pure mineral oil sample, she has observed some spikes, run on the hump. So so she was not sure whether these spikes should be removed from the total content of the MOSH. But then when she when she spiked this mineral oil into the actual edible oil sample, then of course for the edible oil analysis for MOSH, then usually she remove all the spikes from the actual edible oil sample. So she was not sure what would be the right approach to deal with this situation, whether the spikes on the mineral oil, itself, should be removed or not from the total content of the MOSH.
Yeah, it's a bit a
这个
difficult
问题
question when
还挺困难的，
we were discussing during
因为我们之
our
前就在
task
讨
force
论，跟我
meeting
们上一次的这个验证会议就
in
有讨
line
论过
with
这个问题啊。
updating the guidance, because also in the guidance there will be a new section for integration and guidance for integration. What we have agreed upon now is that for more fraction, all the riding peaks should be trimmed, and you should aim at Gaussian distribution. For MOSH, as you said, the situation is a bit challenging because there are some MOSH when in pure MOSH you have riding peaks. So normally the riding peaks should be identified, and those not belonging to MOSH to be trimmed, the other to be considered. But still we are in process of harmonizing this approach, because different labs have different approaches. Yeah, quite challenging.
Understand, yeah. 吴老师，Stefanka 说那个，这个非常好，又非常有挑战的一个问题。在这个他们会有一个专门的一个 guidance， 就是说对于我们如何的积分跟这个定量啊。那么对于 More 来说呢，它要求我们这上面的这些 spike 呢应该是干净的。但是对于 MOSH 呢，他们现在呢还在研究当中，还没有一个决定，就是说对于上面的这个积分呢是。
Right, this doctor is explaining the question.
可能我们要等一段时间。
好的，谢谢 Stefanka。
Okay, thank Mr. Stefanka for your explanation. So finally, we are willing to participate in all your validation work.
Participate all the
Thank you.
verification trials that you organize. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
谢谢。好，我们进行下一个。
Right, next speaker. Next presentation. Next presentation.
您说，不好意思，您说啊。
So I have a question, but so the signal is weak. We cannot hear clearly.
Between carbon 10 to 13. My question is, if the critical toxicology data is based on the specific carbon branch, for example, from carbon 15 to 35, then the occurrence of the merge will be overestimated. How can you handle this question? Thank you.
信号不太好，不知道斯坦芬卡听清了没有？
对，我没有听得很清楚。
信号不
So
好。
the signal is weak. The signal is weak, but we don't understand by the question. We don't hear clearly. Ms. Wei, can you repeat the question?
刚才那句话非常清楚。
I had a question for the experts from GRC. My question is, you just mentioned for the quantification of MOSH or more, you just not need to make a difference between different carbon intervals. That is, you just make a quantification for carbon 10 to carbon 50. My question is, if the critical endpoint for the MOSH is based on one specific interval, for example, currently it's based on the carbon 16 to carbon 35. My question is, then this occurrence of MOSH will be overestimated. How can you handle this problem? Thank you.
I'm not sure that I get the question, but you mean that what I said is that you should not integrate different fraction by fraction, but just the whole hump. Is this what you mean, or I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
Stefanka, I believe the question was about when we talk about the integration of the MOSH, the more we talk about that Professor Wu's question was referring to. So we do that, we do the quantification of the total amount. Professor Shui's question was that then what about the MOSH? Okay, because MOSH that if now it's reporting the C15 to C35, is that underestimate the total content of the MOSH?
You mean the C30 to C35, it's only reporting for paperboard. Otherwise, we report from C10 to C50. We ask to report from C10 to C50, not to 35.
That's right. Because Professor Shui was talking about that we do the segmental, quantification for the MOSH right now. So we also report the total integration amount from C10 to C50 for the MOSH as well.
Yeah, in the new revision of the guidance, there will be this addition. Yeah.
OK。孙老师他说那个就是新的这个 guidance 可能也是要求要对 MOSH 也是从
So the moderator is explaining the question. So we're not sure if we are answering your question.
对。
To my understanding, so she means maybe possibly we overestimated by a little bit, but later on in the future we just report about total quantity, which is okay.
Okay.
So I understand, but
I think Professor Shui's question was about based on the risk evaluation point of view, the range of C15 to C35 is the most concerned, for the risk of the MOSH. And then if we only quantify the total amount of C10 to C50, is it going to overestimate the risk of the MOSH?
This is question to not to us but to EFSA because EFSA are deciding the risk assessment, in fact, and we've been told by EFSA that they would like to have C10 to C50, not to C35, and that's based on their knowledge. There is no one fraction or the other with higher risk. So sorry, yeah, this is a question to EFSA.
石老师可以跟 BFR 和 EFSA 的官员多
Okay.
Maybe Professor Frey, you could more communicate with the BFI after the officer. Thank you, Ms. Stefan. Now let's move to the next presentation. Any more questions? Any other questions? Because we are a bit behind by the agenda. I think this is a pressure opportunity, but we can delay a little bit. I think it's worth doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have more question, maybe we have the final Q&A, but you can resolve question then during that period of time. And also we have the Q&A board where you can leave your question there. Now let's go on. The next is Mr. Matthews, Watson Smith. And we know the 2019, the infant formula incident. This actually the report was given by the Food Watch, this international investigation team. He's the international strategy director for the Food Watch. He's very busy dealing with the non-mineral oil, the contamination by the food. Mr. Matthews, are you available there? Mr.
I'm
Matthews?
available. Yeah. Do you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me?
Yes.
And can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear.
And I see the PPT, yeah.
Sorry, it's very quiet now. I can't hear you very good now. Sorry. But can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see your PPT. Yeah.
And you see, okay. Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay, you can start.
Yeah, you can start, please.
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and having me. Ni hao to Shanghai, and I try to be very quick because I realize we're a bit behind the agenda, so I do my very best. What I wanted to do is to go very briefly and rush through the chronology since 2012, and then, of course, have some conclusions about that. But before I start with that, being aware that so many scientists do follow, a few words about Food Watch. We are a consumers organization independent from governments or food industry or the European Commission, financed through membership fees by citizens. So no money from governments. And of course, we're a consumers organization looking from the consumer's point of view on certain topics and issues of food safety. So first of all, when we started diving into the Moshmoa problem, we were not aware how it would develop, of course. We started when EFSA had published their scientific opinion. Most of you may be very much aware of that. And when going through that scientific opinion, we were like, surprised about the potential risk and the potential of harming Europe's consumers by Mo. And that was the reason why we started our first test. It took some time, as you see, from 2012 to 2015, because the first challenge was for a consumers organization finding a lab not only that is able to do, at that time it was LC-GCFID analysis, to do this and to perform on as far as we could understand at that time on a good quality level, but finding a lab that is willing to do so, because state labs would not test for consumers organizations, and private labs were afraid of consequences if they would test for us, that industry would no longer commission them. So it's also a financial aspect for the private labs to do tests for Food Watch. But finally, we managed to find a lab, and we did, and it turned out that it was the first European test, because we bought products from 3 countries of the European Union that had been tested. And at that time, we also looked, Professor Wu, very much into the cardboard issue and the recycled cardboard issue. And at that time, we demanded we need to have functional barriers mandatory for all cardboard food packaging. And we demanded in 2015 MOA must not be detectable due to the carcinogenic potential of MOA, and MOSH must be kept as low as reasonably achievable. That was our basic demands at that time. And since then, we conducted and commissioned to labs several tests, smaller ones. You can see the images down at the slide. There are these Easter bunnies. It's chocolate, very traditional in Europe, and a lot of chocolate stuff, but also dry products. So we tested or commissioned tests for a various number of products. At that time, very much focusing on the cardboard. And what happened was there was a reaction, we believe, to our tests by the European Commission. In 2017, the Commission announced there should be a monitoring of MO in the European Union.
Martin,
Yes.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. Your slide is frozen.
My slide is frozen. I'm sorry. What can I do? I try to. Can you see that?
Yes, we can
No,
see the slides, but slides are staying.
The slides are staying
in the first slide, and you are not presenting the slide as we see.
Yeah,
Would you like
sorry.
to
So
present the slide? Yeah, please.
Sorry. What can I do? What can I do? I try to start again. Maybe that would be it.
Okay. Yeah.
So
That's perfect. Yeah.
yeah. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
And now does it change? Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
So apologies for that. I didn't see because your screen is very small, and I didn't realize that it was frozen, my presentation. So what I said, I start about Foodwatch. I don't repeat chronology. We started, as you see, with the when realizing the EFSA scientific opinion. Then we started with that first European test in 2015, mostly dry products or only dry products from 3 countries: France, Germany, and the Netherlands. And had these basic demands. We needed to have functional barriers as a mandatory prerequisite for cardboard food packaging, plus specific limits for MOSH and MOA in all foods, in all kinds of foods. And at that time, we said MOA must not be detectable and MOSH must be kept as low as reasonable achievable. Then we conducted further tests, as mentioned before. And the Commission, the European Commission, reacted in the beginning of 2017. There was a decision made to organize monitoring of MO in food in order to better understand the risks and so on and so forth. And the Commission explicitly said or stated MO can be present in food through environmental contamination, lubricants from machinery, processing aids, food additives, food contact materials, and so on and so forth. So at that very time, they were fully aware that the sources are quite complex and manifold. And in April, I try to be quick. Yes, in April 2009, the JRC, I assume Stefanka was very much in that, presented the first joint, the first guidance on sampling and analysis of mineral oil hydrocarbons in food and food contact materials. And that was at that time, and I understand that it will be revised slightly. At that time, that was the procedure. And we then said in April 2019, we said we need to find labs who will be able and of course willing to do that sort of analysis for us. And it took us some time, but we found. And in October, we launched in the meantime, well-known infant formula test, applying exactly the JRC guidance, LCGC-FID plus GC-GC-TOF. And the results are quite well known. I think also amongst the participants, we found in 50% of the products, or the lab identified up to 3 milligrams of MOA. We published the test results in Europe and overseas, including Asia and of course China. There were rapid reactions on that test, as pointed out before by several speakers. There was that rapid risk assessment by EFSA, and EFSA had been reaching out to Foodwatch, to me in person, asking for the chromatograms. And of course, I would have loved to provide EFSA with the chromatograms, but we have had contracts with these labs clearly outlining we are not allowed to share the chromatograms with any external, because these labs were afraid of economical drawbacks, because industry would no longer commission any analysis to them. So we could not provide EFSA with the chromatograms. It's not because we didn't want, because it's, as I explained before, due to economical reasons for the labs. In December, that was that expert level meeting. It had been mentioned. To our understanding, the Foodwatch test proved that formally conducted analytical methodology, especially by Nestle and Danone, were inadequate and resulted in false negative results. Yeah, and in February 2020, we realized that Nestle had started, and maybe other parts of the European food industry had started taking consequences out of the test results. Reuters in Kuala Lumpur had reached out to us and asked why it happened that Nestle no longer accepted the usual commodities of palm oil kernels and palm oil qualities, but instead asked for, regarding mineral oil contamination or content, for much stricter levels. So that was the first effect we could see, that industry directly reacted to the infant formula test. In 2020, in June, the Scientific Committee on Plants, Food and Feed of the European Commission decided to follow a so-called harmonized risk approach, management approach, with maximum levels of 1 milligram per kilogram MOA per C fraction. We criticized that. We said we need, from a consumer's point of view, we need to have the total amount of MOA, and we stay with our demand. MOA should not be detectable at all. In September 2020, Professor Wu, I hope you can forgive me that I took that photograph and put it onto that slide, because I was very surprised at that time that you referred to the Foodwatch test, and of course a little bit honored. Thank you for that. And in December 21, we then published the next test of 152 products from very multiple food categories, because we assumed, at least where we can find palm oil in the ingredients list, on the ingredients list, there might be still issues. And of course, we used accredited laboratories, and we found in 1 in 8 food products tested contamination with MOA. So much better than from a consumer's point of view, much better results and outcome than with the infant formula test, but still an issue, especially for certain products. And one of the most contaminated products must have been cubes for sauces that were wrapped in aluminium foil. And we assume that there might, this is just a guess, that there might have been adhesives on the inside of the aluminium foil that may have caused the MOA contamination. We had been publishing that report. In April 22, the scientific community, the named one, decided, and I'm very glad that they did, shifted from the fraction to fraction approach to a total amount approach. And this is this, you've heard that this today several times, 0.5 for dry foods, 1 milligram for foods with higher fat, and 2 milligrams for fats and oil. Still, we claim we need to have a policy that seeks to ban MOA appearance in food in total. So we still claim it should not be detectable at all. The contaminations, the conclusions are, I hope I have like 3 minutes left. It's nearly completely avoidable. to have contaminations with moa, and it's avoidable to have contaminations with mosh to a high degree. The routes of entry are clear. The analytics have been continuously improved. Having heard Stefanka's presentation, of course, I assume and I respect that it's much more complicated than an outsider like me may understand it. But still, from a more general point of view, we made so much progress. I think it's overdue to set clear and strict limits, especially for moa in food. And despite the repeated proof of contaminations, still none of these products have been recalled, by the way. Maybe that's interesting for the Chinese audience. Usually the products have been sold still, although we had been proven that it had been proven that they were contaminated with moa, especially. The scope have now it's maybe not so much interesting for you, but still interesting for a consumers organization, that the discussion on the level of the scope have mostly have been induced by the food watch tests. So it was we played some role in the debate in Europe. At least that's what we think we can claim seriously. We do think that consumers' health protection must not depend on political consensus procedures. This is a specific European situation, because we have the principle that all member states in the end must be fine with the risk management approach. And therefore we did suggest several times we need to have a principle of detection excellence, and a transparency regarding the results that are being carried out by public labs, so we can put more pressure on the industry to do as much as ever is possible to get rid of such contaminants like mosh and moa. This is, as I said, maybe too specific. Three key demands for a more efficient and effective risk management from our perspective: establish a science-based detective excellence risk management approach, set legal limits for mosh moa for all foods. We are on the way now. Apply requirements of the European Food Regulation 178 about food safety in the forthcoming regulation on food contact materials, because this is under discussion in the European Union, the food contact materials regulation. I thank you very much. I hope I didn't use too much time.
Thank you, Matthias. 大家看有什么问题 ？Matthias.
Thank you, Matthias, for your sharing. Is there any questions to our speaker on this very interesting topic? Anybody? No, Matthias, do you have anything to communicate with us, maybe?
Thank you for having me, of course. And if I understood correctly what Stefanka stated before, I think after your question, Professor Wu, that she does expect that the EFSA, we do expect a new scientific opinion by EFSA, that the EFSA will focus on molecules from C10 to C50. Did I understand that correctly? So we would have the total range, or is that not the case? This is maybe it's not correct to ask Stefanka about that now, but maybe she can clarify that. Thank you.
那没有问题的话，那我们这个报告就到这儿。
Okay, time is limited. Maybe we move towards the next speech, maybe.
Stefanka wanted to answer. Would that be possible? She was.
That is also a question of Phil. Stefanka, are you still online?
Yes, I'm online.
Okay.
Do you want me to
What's the
answer?
question being asked?
Yeah, in fact, what Matthias asked is that we will ask to monitor only the whole range from C10 to C50. And another comment on your presentation is in fact that you said that moss should not be present, but this is exactly what it is written in the statement of DG Santé, because it's written that should be not present with LOQ of lower than, because the analytical method, it's not possible. You should have one target LOQ. But the statement is that yes, they should not be present, but with LOQ of the method lower than. Yeah, this is some clarification.
Thanks for clarification.
Okay, Matthias, there is a question from the field here. Here comes.
So in your speech, I noticed that the contamination of MOH could be avoided at the best level, right? So, however, in food industry, in the process in the harvesting, packaging, processing, some of the oil product will be used. So the principle, because there are so many procedures that could lead to the contamination of the oil. Like, how can we achieve such goal, like, detection of excellence? How do we achieve that? Any thoughts, Matthias?
I hope I got it right. With respect to the contamination sources, at least our test, and I think many others, proved that many manufacturers in the meantime are able to produce food that is not contaminated either at all with MOA or at least at no detection level. So that is, I think, a very good progress. And it means that on the other hand side, there are still some manufacturers and some product categories where the manufacturers may have not taken all consequences necessary to exit MOA. On the detection excellence level, this is, of course, I mean, that is the challenge to figure out a methodology. And I understood after Stefanka's speech, I understood it's still there's still room for improvement regarding the labs and the methodology, but we are making progress. So it's a continuous process, and I do think we should revise and look into the analytical technology, and the better it gets, the more we can seek and expect as a consumer, from a consumer's point, we can expect that these best methodology is being applied, and with the best detection limits, and so we really can be safe that as low as ever possible, and hopefully completely avoided, MOA is no longer in food appearing. That's I think the way forward. I hope I got your question right.
Matthias, I believe her question was about, of course, nobody wants to have the mineral oil in food, but there are so many contaminant resources present, in the reality. So how can we, have a practical approach, to eliminate these contaminations from different resources, so finally then we can reach to no mineral oil, the final future. So I think that was her question. She felt that it was too challenging, especially in China right now. There's no regulation. So do you have suggestions towards that?
Yes.
I know you mentioned about the scientific excellency, then first of all, we need to have the reliable analytical method that will be able to inspect and also do the testings to make sure we understand how much mineral oil are present in the samples. But then after that, do you have any suggestions?
With respect to the sources of contamination, for example, the German food industry designed a guidance for German producers how to avoid contamination with mineral oils. I think it's a good vademecum or a good source of information, what producers really can do. And as I said before, in our last test, for example, 90% of the products, there was no detection of MOA inside that. That means that producers are, if they really want and are forced to avoid mineral oil, they're able to do that. It starts with the harvest, it starts with the lubricants and the grease they are using for the machinery. You know, there's so many possibilities to make that production process much cleaner than it used to be. And there was one experience I may share with you. A few years ago, an expert from Bunge, one of the largest dealers with commodities, came to me and said, we identified that, for example, with respect to palm oil, the palm oil kernels were loaded on asphalt, and due to the fact that they loaded it on, or they put it on asphalt, the contamination happened. Only because we were looking into the topic, we were able to avoid that source of contamination. So only pressure, political pressure, public pressure will lead to, on the food industry side of the game, will lead them to look really closely into their processes and to invent more safe procedures in order to avoid mineral oil contamination. But I think it's doable. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Matthias 的我非常简单的讲一下，就是说，他说那个首先要有这种就是
Then so the Marler is planning the answer.
这个矿物油的这个限量等等，或者至少建议的一个 exposure 一个量什么的。那么这样的话呢，他们像德国呢，他们有一个 guidance， 就是说建议作为一个生产商如何能够在不同的这个步骤能够减少这个矿物油的这个污染。那么首先，如果我们大家有这个公众的意识，要减少这个矿物油，那么我们去想这个矿物油可能的来源，那么就可以这个可以让我们有更好的这个生产的这个 manufacturing practice， 有更好的这个就是生产的这些流程和步骤来控制这个矿物油的引入。我就简单讲一下这个我们可以去找一下那篇文章，到时候可以分享。
So possibly I suggest you should search for that about the article from the internet, and you can find the detailed information. Thank you.
好的，谢谢朱博士。谢谢
Mathieu. Thank you, Mr. Mathieu, and Dr. for your explaining. Now the last presentation. So Mr. Cao, Mr. Professor from the Biotechnology Shanghai. So you guys are outside, right? So who's going to deliver the speech? Li Yanyan, Professor Li Yanyan, or the Professor Cao? And who's going to present? Right, let me introduce according to original plan. Then, so Professor Cao Weiming is the last speaker. And then actually, we worked with Professor Cao for many years. So many years ago, we almost at the same time that we started to analyze the investigative MOH, and we worked together and to improve the analysis, the detection technologies. Professor Cao would have shared with us some strategy and practice in the quantitative analysis of the MOH. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And my topic today is the strategy and practice of the quantitative analysis of the MOH proteins in grains and oils. The speaker is Mr. Cao Weiming, and also Women Technology Research R&D Center, also called the Shanghai Fengyi R&D. So R&D Center, and so we are the we're one of the pioneer and who start the actually investigation on the MOH, and our team towards the such the MOH on the food, especially quantitative and analysis and process control. Our team of contemporary research, and in terms of the methodologies, in terms of some of the economic, but the manual work, or some like online automatic analytic method. So today I would like to take the precious opportunity to share with you our practice about and our understanding, also some of the shareable with our counterparts. So the key points is that about your online, offline method, but what are difference and also the applicability. Now also about adequate application online, which about the access in food. Then you can correct me if I'm wrong. Then the first part, that is for the scope and the definition. The present definition of the information world is not completely unified, but difficulty is that firstly, we call it the UCM. That is the somebody complicated, but it makes sure that it cannot be different by the chromatography. And secondly, the technical study of the mineral oil has been able to continuously improve, and it has been used. So generally believed about a march of the 16 to 65 can higher accumulate in the human body and in the tissues. However, the mole containing the 7 to 7 the range, but which is the mutagenic and carcinogenic ones as potential endocrine disruptors. The definition of the image that has a separate definition of issues as follows. Like the first definition, but the joint expert committee of the food, JACFA, and so they segment that is the high low viscosity mineral oils to the medium low viscosity oils and the wax. And also the second of the same organization is the American Code of Food Chemicals to ACE. Edition classifies mineral oils according to their viscosity, but it considers the safety of the risk of are concentrated in the low and medium viscosity mineral oils, mainly focusing on the range from carbon chain C10 to C50. The third organization, this is AFSA, divided by mineral oil with wash and malt, and focusing on the C16 to C35 about a food level white oil, and which is made by the deep but refining mineral oils. And main components of this are from the C20 to C40 most. China for the GB 2760 of the stipulates that, but it can be used as processing aid oil production. Should have been down to the control scope of the mineral oil. So it's very important for us to improve the definition of the which will also beneficial to distinguish the control the hydrocarbon substance in the natural sources of the sources. So nowadays, the most influential definition of the version family is the EFSA. EFSA in 2012. They report the food safety the report. That's mainly composed of all the mulch and mold, all those with increase some of the three categories, namely paraffin, which is naturally or the sulfur contained ones, but namely is with the paraffin and aromatic hydrocarbon. Among them, the alkaline will include the direct connected and the branchable ones, but alkaline will include the alcohol substitute the cycloclean, include the aromatic hydrocarbons. These, the poly cyclic, the aromatic hydrocarbon of usually the alcohol substitute and contain a small amount of alcohol substitute and also a small amount of nitrogen and sulfur compounds. Therefore, the MOH has thousands of different components. And we see the MOH family is composed of the thousands of the substances with a high complexity. And by figure the main components of saturated by the hydrocarbon mineral oils like mulch or the aromatic for hydrocarbon known as the mol pH and well-known the polycyclic aromatic for hydrocarbon is non-alcohol substitute the aromatic carbon. There are about 200 known species, which also a part of now also mentioned it may increase the small amount of nitrogen and sulfur. Secondly is the technical progress for by MOH analysis. We know so this is now long history about the MOH analysis. Let's review in 1989. The Conagra in Zurich is the first report of that the MOH in the rice packaging cartons of water migrated to rice, which will cause a lot of attention. 2003 in China issued the method of the determining the mineral oil legally and the mineral saponification in 2008. and 100,000 tons of sunflower oil imported from Ukraine entered the EU market, but they found is the contamination of the mineral oil is about 2,000 mg per kg, which is the shock of the whole world. But in 2012, the EFSA released about 185-page official report about the scientific opinion on the MOH in food. Since then, research of the mineral oil detection standard technology has entered a rapid development zone. 3 years later, in 2015, ISO issued the first method standard for the quantitative determination of the MOH, but although it is only applicable to the quantitative determination of the 50 mg per kg MOH. But it was not until 2017 that the European Union introduced standard detection technology that would simultaneously quantify the MOH and the MOA. And the quantitative limit of LQ was low as for 10 mg kg, and this method has become the current stream method. But now China mineral oil detection standard technology still remain in the qualitative stage. And the GBT 37514 introduced in 2009, and this year 2020, 2022, and the EU issued about the most MOA the standard, and for those MOQ is stand by the 5 mg per kg for. And also for those of the big package of them, but the so it should be less than about 5 mg per kg. And we understand now we are facing the challenges. Firstly, we should try to completely remove the motion, the MOL from the food, and also to make the scientific method and to inspect the contamination resources. All right, but so third part, this is my focus for this report, but discussing about essential differences between online and offline analysis method of the mineral oils detection, and also the applicability. You know, the matrix oil is actually very complicated. So the natural norm about airplanes, all things quite about the difficult to analyze. So the key point is to determine about the image, but at present, most of the methods reported about in the literature are offline methods, but usually we use the GC, the HPLIC, and also the TLC. Once by maybe online analysis, many include HPLC, GCFID, quantitative method, but also the I guess chromatography, the full two-dimensional time of a flight mass spectrometer, the quantitative method. And also the typical offline analysis method could be MOH, quantitative technology of the GC, hydrogen flame detector, FID bomb. Although when the content of the mole is higher, but this is applicable. Otherwise, it's not applicable. And for the GC, we can see the working principle of the show that's a chart, but then via the offline the manual work, and then we can do the leaching for that, and therefore to separate the mole, and then to do the purification and concentration, and then later on to use the GC, FIC, PHLC. But if this is a complicated process, then pre-treatment was easily interfered.
And also it is limited by the volume of the injection. So the test result is not stable and shouldn't be used as the reference on the quality control. And the current testing we have there is a standard operation of the offline GC-FID. It cannot be utilized on the accurate content. The peak is the MOSH, and the low peak is for C8 to 10. And the lubrication contamination is defined, which is contaminated by C28, but it cannot be used to qualify more. The offline GCFID is not sensitive enough to accurately quantify the low content MOA. And also, when the solvent volatilization also take away the low carbon number more. So for sample with the low content of MOA, it is really hard to determine. On the table, we can see on the right, MOA is not detected, is not showed on the peak, and it cannot be determined and quantified. This example displays that when the mineral oil is low in content, the hump unapparent and baseline heteropic interference significantly, resulting in difficulty to quantify the content. Utilizing the GCFID, the contamination during silica gel column pre-treatment, it all goes through the filtration of the silicon gel and manually treatment. Both of the procedures could contaminate the sample. Although the sample is prepared per standard, look at the picture upper picture that it shows contamination and also spiked 200 solution. The interference degree can be seen from the spectral peak. That's the offline GCFID case. This one, the hump, the messing needle peak above the hump, and the two humps appear for more, which is abnormal. Therefore, considering the interference, it is hard to quantify the MOH. The TLC quantitative method, GB offline, GDP 37504. Here in the picture, we can see the TLC expansion diagram of RBO with the liquid purifying. The different materials are reflecting and reacting at different timing. The difference between the online and offline detecting work is the online HPLC GCFID is automatic separation in concentration. And the trace number is much higher than manually packed chromatographic column and SPE. The online whole sample analyze lower contamination risk, lower solvent consumption, and higher sensitivity, which displays the excellent efficiency and repeatability, could be used as the quality control of edible oil. And the injection volume is much higher. And thanks to the gradient design of the injection, first is the injector, and the liquid is evaporated, and the end of the evaporation, close the hole, and mosh and more were retained at the gap and injected into the capillary column, and then the detection is conducted. The advantage of LPLC GCFID can effectively separate the TG and MOH, as demonstrated from the picture that the the silicon column can separate it automatically to thoroughly separate the TAG and MOH. And the automatic Allox pretreatment can remove the alkene that interfere with MOSH. That mainly targeting at C23 to C35. And by homogenization and weighing and ice edging and nitrogen flushing and constant volume, so the final result is notably improved. The more in the sunflower seed oil interfere with the result. So we need the automatic apex pretreatment to remove the offline, including the cicolin, the carotenoid, etc., that interfere with the MOA. As a comparison, we can see the picture of above and down below. There is a notable difference after removing the interference olefin, and the application of GCGC of is a kind of online analyzing approach. If the material has the characteristic A and characteristic 2, then the two bars can display them separately in creating a 3D diagram or 2D contour map. GCGC2F is very strong in analyzing the hydrocarbons originating. It's based on the pattern, the location of the hump, the position of the UCM, the presence of the specific marker molecules, and the mass spectra. As we can see, the oval-shaped, the red oval shape, and on the left, the analyze on the synthetic hydrocarbon resin in chocolate. In many cases, it is not hard to determine the terpenoid from similar pattern. We cannot simply use it as a proof with a similar pattern on contour palette. If we compare the mass spectra of the compounds on the left, the thick terpenoid in the palm oil with similar pattern to synthetic hydrocarbon. And on the left, we can see the thick MS spectra could be confirmed. That is the terpenoid. They are different chemicals. Therefore, the GCGC-TOF has the function of separating and determining the different rings of the MOSH. As we can see that it can recognize the two rings MOSH. GC by GC TOF has very low baseline, and it can recognize the stereo the products with very low content. For example, we can see the GCGC TOF analyzed on mineral oil within the infant formula to remove the interference of sterols in complex food metrics. And as we can see, the preparation of the sample, we introduced the treatment to be the 1 mg per kg standard per EU standard. And the pre-treatment method together with the other analysts, we put them into those difference to compare those different tools that the GCFID is the offline tool and the HPLC GCFD and GCGC-TOF are online tools. And GCGC-TOF is automatic and is very powerful. And HPLC GCGC-FD is automatic and utilize the HPLC technology and utilizing the pre-treatment, the automatic pre-filtering, automatic allox, and automatic epochs. Compared with the offline analyze tool, it's more efficient, low in contamination, and higher in accuracy, and a better performance in LOD and requesting operation skills. And also, it's very accurate and suitable for higher content mineral oil. And it has a higher request on the pre-treatment to avoid the contamination when it comes to the offline tool of GCFID. The first part of the speech is about the application of online method in edible oil. In previous years, the research conducted utilizing the LCGC online analyze tool, analyzing the multiple samples in the edible oils from the preliminary raw oil and processed oil, or directly provided from the manufacturer instead of the retail chain like the supermarket and the stores. We used the benchmark as the 10 mg per kg. The 50% and 10% of more and more separately. We put them into 4 categories from 0+ all the way to 3+. So the product with the highest detective rate is the coconut oil, and the lowest is the sunflower oil. And it mainly distributed from 25 to 35. When
the rhythm scope of sample and regulatory information we involved in mineral oil was occasionally detectable in sunflower oil, but most of them all was never detectable in a high sunflower oil. The pollution level of the mineral oil, palm kernel oil, and rapeseed oil is the second lowest level, in which the detection rate of them all in the palm oil is 80%, but while that, but the rapeseed oil is 0. And the pollution level of the mineral oil contamination of blend oil, coal oil, soybean oil is middle level, but in which the mold in blendable oil of coal oil is not detectable, while detection rate of mold in soy oil is 9%. And the pollution level of the MOH, the palm oil, is relatively high, and the detection rate of the mold in the palm oil achieving the 15%, but the carbon chain range of the polluted amount of the mold is highest high carbon chain are larger than C25, many is concentrated from C25 to 35. Then the pollution level of the mineral oil in the coconut oil is highest, and the mold detection rate reaches 20%. And the carbon chain range from the C25 to C50, mainly concentrated in the C25 to C35. And we can see from the previous summary and the average detection rate of the moisture about mold and in the edible oil have reached double digits. So what's the removal effect of the mineral oil by the production process? Our technical research result consistent with the conclusion of the figure that if some moisture with a less than C25 that can be removed in the decarbonization stage, but it is more difficult to remove the moisture but with longer carbon chain. Therefore, control of the MOH pollution, license quantity, control the role, the oil, contaminants of the edible oil come from the wide range of sources, which can be roughly divided into the migration of the packaging materials, environmental pollution, and the introduction of the production process. and the polluted Mereux oil carbon chain have different range. For example, the carbon chain of lubricating oil is from the C20 to C36, which the heat but transfer oil is C10 to C30, and the carbon chain of ink is shorter than the C. It's like the C17 to C19. Let me summarize the key contents of the report. With the definition of the MOH different, but due to the toxicity evaluation, UCM is that's needed to face challenges in the theories of the separation, the interpretation, and objective of the integration. Main interface of the factories in the royal edible oils is like a trial set right, being a normal alkaline, being olefin. Off-level GC determination of the middle oil is not applicable under the condition of the high content of the strict control of the pre-treatment. Advantage of the online HPLC FID method before determination of the mineral oil comes from the online high performance, the automatic pre-treatment. Then we made about a lot of research on the worldwide samples. The detection rate of side, the overall efficiency in the production of process is not high, but the key is the quality control, licensing of the raw materials. And thank you for your attention. You can correct me if I'm wrong. This is Vanessa, the team of the Yihai Carry R&D Center, that was a member of the 40 people, including 6 doctors. And we engaged in research for technical support with food flavor, sensory, physical, property, biology, chemistry, other analytical decisions. Welcome you to visit us and guide us and exchange with us. Thank you. Thank you, Yihai Jia team, for your report. I think you feel it's wonderful. We understand, but we evolved from offline to online. But also congratulations to Yihai Jia team because they just published the article on the famous US the chemistry the magazine. I think we have finished all the 8 presentations. But I think today's opportunity is great. And the time is tight. Finally, I want to occupy a bit of time. Finally, 7-2. And towards the we'd like to review a little bit about all the presentations. Firstly, we many thanks to CIFSQ and to giving me this opportunity to be moderator. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you, especially for the China domestic team, which dealing with the MOH analysis, and we communicate each other and to know the challenges, difficulties. But the purpose is that we hope that we can truly help the import-export companies about the mineral oil. That what we get about each the instrument of a company. We get about great support from. We get about great support from them, and also Dr. Zhu is on site, and she helped a lot. So otherwise, we can't succeed that. But so many thanks to Dr. Zhu and Dr. Zhu's team, Yihai Jia, for your contributions. Then, but I just summarize about the 8 presentations. But I think because we greatly focus on the mineral oil, the analysis, but there are still the issues. Many thanks to Dr. Piccolo and also the Zhang Hong brought some about Marco's updates. That were when directly facing the challenges of MOH. Which we can see from the map, you can see a lot of the interference contaminants. So, like, what about the in-depth analyze the integration of the spectrum? I think for these interferes, where do they come? Because we can see a lot of the olefin that are involved, especially for those that you're finding olefin are not completely removed. So the Marco and developed a new method about the epoxidation, and the Dr. Piccolo I mentioned that we can use the LCGC and FID and MS and therefore to detect of those the interference with them to trim them to trimming to get rid of them. I think that this method is still in experiment, but it's a bit of a complicated. But we hope the Dr. Picaro and can develop a better method with improvements. Dr. Manager Zhang Hong made a very good point. I think you can search for the Marco's article. And just now, I just heard about I heard a question from the audience. So we can see it, there's the integrated platform that we was integrated for the it's online detecting and separate fiction. Then later on afterwards to make the automatic the extraction, and also the combined with the new epoxidation method, and it is forming a new platform. Then what we can do is we just weigh a sample, then put on the tray. Then the system can do it automatically. Now, the ACE company, the Marco team, we are not sure the Marco's the method is commercialized yet or not. So we leave it towards the Chinese customer. So I think that sooner or later, so the Chinese customer can use it. And Stefan Ted also shared with us about that they are experienced and made very wonderful points. But we understand that Europe is pioneer in this field, but they do things very seriously, step by step, and therefore we can refer to the standard because they provide a very good data set and also the comparable data. But now we still face the challenges like the interference from the spectrometer and also the from the olefin. So we are not sure whether we can well apply those methods. But we hope among different labs and among different customers that we can join hands and to overcome this difficulty. I would like to add one word about just now, Mr. Zhang in the chat room asking the question, what can we do? Is the fatty-based about the mineral oil? As sort of is the lab. So for the fatty ones, fatty oil, it's different. In the beginning, I think of so fatty oil is just the animal oil. This is not a big problem. But actually, we're doing the true, real experiments. We met difficulties, but that's why we call for a help. Maybe enterprises for research team, if you know, if you want to know. So what MOH have contained in this in the sample, you can send it to us because we are a non-profitable institution, but we can help you to make the report. We will tell you frankly whether we have the solution or not. So no worry about that because we are the non-profitable the research team. Then we just give our support with a true heart. Then the second part is about some risk assessment, like the paper-based, the migration, the Mr. Shi's team is only the Chinese domestic team, but which make it mostly comprehensive method in terms of the risk assessment. If you have demands, you can communicate with the doctorship. And also, Professor Materials shared with us from the point of view of consumers. I often visit their website, but I saw their the published information about the food of investigation, and their report was quite encouraging, very soon, and they draw attention from the AFSAT, made relevant to international organization, but I think they play a very important role. And finally, our lab, long-term dealing with the MOH, not for the food containing the MOH. We understand the Asian people are very interested in the nice food, but they like grilled food, like barbecue. They like to use those disposable the lunchbox, fast food box, and also the disposable chopsticks. But actually, it may contain the potential risks. But we hope in the future that we could join hands and to make our contribution into public health. I think we are delayed, but we are far behind the agenda. But I think it's worthy for us when we discussing about this. That we do our contribution to analysis about the MOH. Finally, once again, many thanks to all of you for your participation. We hope next time we can communicate face to face and to improve our work. This is the conclusion of this meeting. The audience, online, offline, do you have any question? If you have a question, we open for talk. Dr. Chu? Yeah, okay. The Professor Wu, yeah, but no more question here. Thank you again. It's about 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's about 6 o'clock. Yeah, thank you. I really want to talk to you face to face. Well, hopefully by the next time. So this is the conclusion of the meeting. Bye. Thank you.